Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us this noon. We request all of you to please take your seats, put your mobile phones on silent mode. My name is Bhavita Singh and I'll be your MC for this event. People at the back, we request you to please settle down. Thank you so much. Once again, we welcome all of you to CMOs Charcha. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our mission is to focus on future roadmap for pursuing growth in new ways. Here we bring together seasoned professionals, thought leaders, and innovators. This event is crafted to educate, inspire, and empower marketing professionals. We are more than delighted to have you all here is definitely an understatement. So we'll begin this day with an event AV. Can we have the AV, please?
Chief Marketing Officers are entering 2024 with an imperative to drive efficient growth in a volatile environment. Unleashing the marketing might in 2024 when AI, hyper-personalization and sustainability will rule supreme. 67% of marketers feel positive about the possibilities of Gen AI. By 2026, 80% of creative talent will use Gen AI daily, resulting in increased spending on creative attention and emotion mapping. Over 60% marketers say attention has an important influence on media and creative effectiveness. Balancing profit, people, planet, sustainable innovation and inclusive communication to top marketers' agenda. Building trust and data protection have become priority areas for marketers. Even as AI, ML, VR, AR are tapping into a wealth of customer data to shore up hyper-personalization strategies. Explore the brave new world of marketing in a volatile ecosystem at CMOs Charcha, Delhi Chapter 2024. Identify the major trends impacting CMO as they head into 2024. Determine the top priorities and know the actions CMO must take now to succeed moving forward. Explore how CMO are adapting their strategies for efficient growth in a high-velocity world.
Well, thank you so much. Once again, we welcome all of you to CMOs Charcha, Delhi Chapter 2024. Well, ladies and gentlemen, CMOs Charcha presented by Times Network, co-powered by Lakshya Media, our gold partner ABP News, silver partner Vision, agency partner Team Pumpkin. So can we have big round of applause for our partners and our sponsors, please, everybody. Thank you. And now, can we have sponsors, AV?
हर बदलाव एक नए आगाज से आता है। इसी सोच के साथ आया टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत। इस चैनल ने आते ही जनता का भरोसा जीतना शुरू कर दिया।
कोई भी मुख्यमंत्री दोबारा चुनकर नहीं आया।
मैं आऊंगा ना।
गुजरात का सियासी रण, उद्धव सरकार के बिगड़ते समीकरण, ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद का सच। टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत ने हर खबर पर बारीक नजर रखी।
और अतीक को लाया गया था।
माफिया अतीक के सनसनीखेज मर्डर की खबर पर नॉन स्टॉप कवरेज की नव भारत ने।
के बाद अतीक और अशरफ की चिट्ठी है।
केजरीवाल सरकार का सच सामने लाया।
नव भारत के पास दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री के आवास के एक्सक्लूसिव दस्तावेज मौजूद हैं।
मैंने तो अपनी इन्वेस्टिगेशन की है, उसमें ये कागज आए।
सबसे तेजी से बढ़ता हुआ न्यूज चैनल बना टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत। अब बदलेगा भारत, बनेगा नव भारत।
Stand by for an iconic experience. For a quarter of a century, Lakshya Media Group has stood as a towering titan in the industry. We are the game changers for all things brand. Young, hungry, always ready. We make a mark with out of home, experiential, digital, tech, innovation. Powered by more than 410 minds across 22 strategic offices in 8 award-winning verticals. Idea, execution, data, results. We do it all. Over 10,000 exciting campaigns across 1,200 plus cities and towns. We create impact across sectors. You can't take your eyes off us on the road, ground, and by the sky. Loved by the best and the biggest. We are the powerhouse behind brands that make noise. We are the powerhouse of innovation. We are the Lakshya Media Group.
India is going to play a crucial role because as a country that believes in freedom, that believes in democracy and believes in self-determination, you are going to be vital. Because the reality is that the free world is in danger.
Indian society is much more forward-looking than the Indian state. India has this extraordinary opportunity to find a way forward because of its young people.
आने वाले समय में हमारा देश ऊर्जा को आयात करने वाला नहीं, उसको निर्यात करने वाला भारत देश बनेगा, ये मेरा विश्वास है।
जनतंत्र के अंदर जनता हराती है और जनता जिताती है।
आज कोई भी व्यक्ति, कोई भी लड़का सपना देख सकता है और उस सपने के पीछे भाग सकता है।
जब वो मेंटल लेवल बढ़ेगा तो कुर्सी पे बैठने वाले अधिकारी और सामने की पब्लिक केवल अंतर रहेगा तो कुर्सी का, बाकी मेंटल लेवल समान रहेगा, कोई शोषण नहीं कर सकता वहां।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our sponsors, please. Thank you so much. We would like to thank all of them for extending their support to this event. And now let's take this further. As they say, leaders are not born, they are made. So we have a leader amongst us that has a lot of courage, clarity, vision. Please put your hands together for none other than, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Bijoya Ghosh, founder and CEO at Gully Network. Can we have you, ma'am? Let's welcome her with a big round of applause. Everybody, can we show some more energy in the house? Thank you. Hello, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, the traffic almost killed all of us, but the day has been really too trafficy, I must say. So good afternoon, a warm welcome to everyone at CMO Charcha 2024. In this ever-evolving marketing landscape, we are witnessing transformative shifts that extend beyond the typical calendar turnover. Conversational marketing has emerged as a powerhouse, with storytelling taking center stage. In an era of brief attention spans, compelling narratives capture consumer attention, fostering connections akin to trusted friendships through tools like AI-powered chatbots and personalized email threads. As boundaries blur between reality and the digital realm, innovations like AR, VR reshape possibilities. Sustainability and ethical marketing are imperative as consumers increasingly seek transparency, responsible production, and eco-friendly practices. The importance of personalization driven by big data and analytics cannot be overstated. However, with the approaching post-cookieless era, marketers must tread carefully on the thin line between privacy and personalization. CMOs Charcha is more than a conference, it's a launchpad. Together, let's lead and architect a new marketing paradigm, embracing roles as storytellers, data magicians, tech-savvy visionaries, and fierce champions of our brands and values. Friends, I welcome you all to CMOs Charcha 2024. I would like to thank my team who's helped us in putting this entire event together, and my sponsors who stood by us in putting this. I see Narayan amongst us. Narayan is a dear friend. So Narayan Devanathan is the Group Chief Strategic Advisor, Dentsu India. I invite him to deliver his keynote on the topic, Back to the Future, New Intersections of Intelligence and Imaginations. Narayan, I welcome you to the stage.
Thank you, Vijaya. Thank you, everyone, for your time and your attention. As you can probably tell, I am very subtly dressed today. I don't take myself too seriously. I do take my work seriously, but I don't take myself too seriously. But what I'm here to offer today is not so much, I hope it doesn't come across as Gyan. I don't have too much of that. But I hope to offer some provocations. And I hope to provoke each of us, including myself, one more time as I speak and interact with each of you about the paths that we are embarking upon, about the future roadmaps that we're creating, both for ourselves and our organizations, but also collectively for our industry and for the world that we live in and the communities that we serve and engage with. You know, one of the things that has been a truism for the longest time is that business and politics never mix, at least on the surface. I wonder how many of us would have probably predicted, even as late as maybe October last year, that the most significant opening milestone of 2024 would have business and politics collide like never before. And again, my colors today are a subtle cue to the event that I'm referring to from yesterday. We had Bollywood, we had business, we had politics, we had the government, we had the army, everybody coming together to showcase, I don't know what new dimension of India, okay? But there is a path that we are embarking upon, and it is at the intersection of intelligence and imagination in ways that we've probably not predicted before. But it is the path that we are heading down towards. And maybe those of us who may be cynical, those of us who may be skeptical, those of us who may be very enthusiastic about this future that we are moving towards, maybe the best thing we can do about all of this is be open-minded and see what we can do to make the most of it in multiple ways, okay? But it brings me to the starting point of where practically every journey for a business probably goes back to, and it is asking this question, why are we here in the first place?
This is an awareness test. How many passes does the team in white make?
Go!
The answer is 13. But did you see the moonwalking bear?
Go!
So the question becomes, are we the brands, are we the businesses, are we the things that people look for, or are we the things that come in the way of the things that people look for? What happened yesterday, for most of us in the world of business, might have been the thing that we would have wanted to avoid, because we don't want to be on any collision course with things that are very volatile. But for most people in this country, it's what they were looking forward to. So are we setting out to become the thing that people miss, or would rather find the skip button about? Or is there a way for us to constantly recognize that we want to be, if not useful, if not interesting, at least entertaining? Right? If we can start with that, then maybe we can get to the place that not just we want to get to, not just our organizations, but where the people that we engage with, where the people that we serve, where the people that we interact with are looking to get to. Now, I gave something away over here, but I have a question for you, and many of you are probably familiar with this quote. Any guesses approximately when Einstein might have said this? Just shout out a random year if you want to take a guess. Okay, I'll spare the agony over here. Einstein never said this, right? This is another of those things that does the round because we've just been used to hearing it over and over again, and we accept it as the truth. And so we live in a post-truth era where it's much more difficult to parse the fake from the true. And for the last 10 years, as brand owners, as brand custodians, we've been pursuing this path of trying to be authentic, because that's what apparently our consumers have been asking for. But if you look at the cutting edge of technology today, it's easier than ever before to create the untrue, to create fake, to create what looks so ridiculously like the real and yet is not. And this is an example from an analog time of what passes off as real, because it's what has been circulated over and over and over again. Right? So as brand custodians, maybe we need to question ourselves again. Is it still worthwhile pursuing the milestone of authenticity? And if so, with the technologies in our hands right now, in the hands of people right now, how do we do that? And is it even a realistic pathway to go down? My next provocation is a little bit of an introspection, and I do this at all times as well. And maybe some of you have seen this cartoon as well. It's the paradox of trying to create the new, right? And we're always afraid to try something out new because it's never been done before. But if we are never going to do something new, how are we ever going to do something new? Right? It's that old paradox also of this young person who sets out to find a job for the first time ever, and she's told, oh, but you don't have any experience. And like, but if you give me a job, that's how I'll get experience. So how am I supposed to get experience if you're not going to give me the opportunity? It's the same thing with innovation. If we are never going to give ourselves a chance to fail, how are we going to give ourselves a chance to create something new? And so are we stuck in this vicious cycle? Are we stuck in this rut of trying to, there's no polite way to say this, trying to CYA at all times, because we'll be held accountable, we'll be held responsible for failure, when actually, as Edison is supposed to have said, I didn't fail 1,000 times. I discovered 1,000 ways to not do something. Right? So now you know not to make the same mistakes over and over again. But are we allowing ourselves the permission to fail? And so it appears, as some of you, I'm not going to attempt to say this in French, but the English translation of this is, the more things change, the more they remain the same. And so when you keep looking at the cycle of history, you realize there are a lot of things that have changed. But at the core, we still remain the same kinds of creatures that we are. There's a gentleman called Bill Bernbach, who is a legend in the advertising business. And he said something about 65 years back. He said, it's fashionable to talk about changing man and changing human beings. But we forget that for millennia, we've remained the same. We remain driven by the same emotions, by the same values, by greed, by hunger, by sadness, by grief, by joy, by the things that we love to do. Those have not changed at all, and we continue to be driven by those same emotions. And yet, the new catches our fancy. What happens in the last trend cycle? What happens with the most recent hashtag? What happens with the most recent Amul topical? That catches our fleeting attention. But it doesn't mean that that's all catches our attention. Bijoya spoke in her introduction about fleeting attention spans, but we are the same people who supposedly have the attention span of a goldfish, but are willing to binge watch on our OTT channels for hours on end without getting out of our pajamas. So it's not about whether we have the sufficient attention span, but it's about what can hold our attention. So things remain the same even as they change. But are we moving with the times, or are we harnessing the constant? The other huge provocation was given not by me, but by this author called Anand Giridhar Das. Again, Bijoya touched upon the responsibility that we have as businesses and business owners of sustainability. It's a big word, and unpacking it sometimes takes a lot. But the simple and quite provocative way in which Anand Giridhar Das says this is this: as businesses, we are the ones who are setting the world on fire. And then when we take up the cause of sustainability, when we do CSR, when we say we will do well by doing good, he says it's like calling the arsonist to put out the fire. We are the ones who set the world on fire in the first place. Can we take responsibility for it? Right? Can we at least say, it's not about doing good anymore. It takes a lot more moral courage to say, I will try to do right. I will try to do right by the world. I'll try to do right by the ethics that run this world. I'll try to do right by the values that make the world a more equal and equitable place. These are tough questions, and it's tough to even ask the questions, forget trying to figure out the right answers. But increasingly, we are left with no options but to confront these questions. Because as the cliches go, we won't have a planet to sustain our lives further if we don't take care of it. We won't have a peaceful planet if the economic and social divides continue to widen as we see them widen across the board. So it's no longer enough for us to sit out on the sidelines as business and say, that's not my business. That's what happens in politics, that's what happens in government, that's what happens in civil society. I'm over here. I'm just here to make money and sell some things. That's no longer an option for us. But are we asking these questions of ourselves? Is the fourth provocation I want to put forth to you. Because when we bring up the courage to ask ourselves these questions, then what we'll realize is there is a different way to look at this old parable of the blind people and the elephant. That in fact, maybe we are the elephant in the room. That maybe we need to address what it is that we're doing, not just to ourselves, but to the world at large. And how can we, with the enormous power, both economic and cultural power that we wield, how can we truly make this a better place? And it's not about purpose-driven marketing, it's not about purpose-driven advertising. It's about truly saying, as the powerful people with so much influence in this room, in our organizations, how can we use this influence to turn our organizations, ourselves, our consumers, in a direction that actually makes the world a better place? If you think I'm only going to ask the tough questions and I don't have any guideposts for where we can go, I hope you will allow me the opportunity to share that as well. And that's where I bring my innate reckless optimist to the fore. I never think that the world is such a dark place that it cannot get better. As the old saying goes, the darkest hour is before the dawn, and there's always a new dawn that is upon us every day. But the art of the possible is very much in the realm of what lies within our grasp in the immediate present as well. Again, Bijoya spoke about these 4 cornerstones of the things that we engage in our daily lives as professionals. There's the magic of storytelling, there is the possibilities of data, there's the new dawns that technologies herald, and then there is the opportunity to do better that the questions around sustainability bring. If you look at these 4 and you get into the granular details of each of these 4 realms, what you realize is that at all times, we have reams and reams of information available to us. And a lot of times, it might get a little overwhelming to try and make sense of what is in front of us. Which is where the technologies of the day, and I fervently wish that AI and ML, with the advances that they've made thus far, don't become another mirage like NFTs and Web3. The promise truly is there, and I hope it matures enough to make this better. But what they already promise for us is to take these same dots that we have and to find the patterns that make sense and help us do something meaningful with them. So intelligence is easily accessible, a lot more easily accessible to us, thanks to machines themselves being imbued with the intelligence of humans. But the art of the possible is not about the machines alone. The machines are what will enable us to do even more than what we've been doing. And it comes from what's inside our heads at all times, because when you collect enough dots at all times, then what happens is that you give free rein to your imagination. And suddenly, the dots connect in ways that we've not thought possible before. And to go back to what I started with, maybe some of us in this room probably did imagine it, but a lot of us probably didn't imagine that the single most important milestone to herald the new year would have been what happened in Ayodhya yesterday. But the dots were there for us to connect and see that it was a momentous occasion. Right? And maybe there are more what we might otherwise term as black swan events that await us. The dots are there. It's up to us to connect them. The magic of this is, now that I've shown you that it's possible, even when the lines are not connecting, you can see the cat in there. So once you train your mind to give free rein to your imagination, then you know that maybe a jaguar, maybe a giraffe, maybe more than just a cat is possible. And that is the art of the possible, and that is what we have the opportunity to create as we go forward to respond to the provocations that I put forth a little while back. Let me go a little further into detail with each of these, right? A lot of times, and I especially love telling this to my friends and colleagues who come from especially the western part of the world. They come to India, and any Indian city is typical of this, but especially in Delhi, where we really don't care for the rules, right? The rules are just suggestions that we ignore most of the time. And they're astounded by the fact that in every roundabout, every Gol Chakkar, we don't just kill ourselves all the time. I mean, they're astonished that we make it past to the other side. And they go back to their business schools and they teach VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, chaos, and ambiguity. And I tell them that roundabout is our living example of VUCA every single day. We make it through to the other side. Don't ask us how we do it, but we do. But this ability we have in India to embrace the chaos is an amazing one, and I hope we harness it to our fullest capability. It's not something that comes naturally to the more progressive parts of the world because they're used to order, they're used to systems, they're used to things working the way they're supposed to. And then when they don't, everything breaks down. We don't break down here that easily. And so if we use that same ethos and embrace the chaos, then we'll know that the true power of AI, for example, is not this.
Gender reveal crossed the road to become a sandwich. It is a Burger King encouraged the chicken, made with white meat chicken, bed of lettuce for you to sleep on, bed of mayonnaise for extra sleep. The chicken sandwich from Burger King tastes like bird. BK logo appears.
Let me see if I can get the second one to play.
Gender reveal, bad. Tender reveal, yum. It is a boy bird with crispy chicken tenders from Burger King. Like lavender, but -1. Math is tasty. Tender plus sauce equals romantic dinner. Eat the math. Pick 2 of these for $6 money. BK logo appears.
I quite like the response on your faces as you were watching that. I think most of you wanted to say it, but didn't quite articulate the letters WTF. But that's what they were going for, right? If you leave it just to the machines, this is what you're going to get. But if we embrace the chaos of what the machines can create, and on top of that layer it with the brilliance of human imagination, then there's a rich vein of possibility that emerges. Kevin Kelly, who used to be the editor-in-chief of Wired magazine a few years ago, he said, "I'm not afraid of AI. Until AI becomes artificial imagination, I would never worry that the machines will take over the world." And the realm of imagination still is very much a human realm, and that's not going to change anytime soon. And that's because, we don't need to necessarily only work this way. We can go all over the place and still figure out that's where we want to get to. That's how this superpower called India is emerging as well. The other thing to do, and sorry I don't have more polite words to say this, we often say cater to the lowest common denominator, and there is wisdom in that. I'll let you watch this and then talk about the wisdom in that. There is a thesis that I have that as human beings, we are wired for negativity. And one of the expressions of being wired for negativity is that we want to expend the minimum effort that is possible in trying to get through any situation. Right? If we can be lazy, that is the default mode that we want to be. And couch potatoes are a thing because of that, right? And so that behavior is something that we can account for regardless of what problem we are trying to solve. And as you saw, the camera guys did that by making the camera waterproof, because they said, whatever level of idiot comes across our camera, it'll still be fine, right? And without ever calling our consumers idiots, if we can cater to their inherent lethargy, to their inherent laziness. In fact, it's not, let me not use just the pejoratives, right? They're just trying to conserve energy. That's what the universe itself tries. It's aiming for entropy. And so all of us are trying to conserve our energy, and minimum usage of energy is what we're going for. So can we enable that for most of our people? So this is an interesting and favorite guidepost for me myself, and I think we're finally in a place where the machines allow us to do this, right? For the most part, and I think there is, I don't know if there is any brain scientists in the room over here, but the research, I think, says we only use approximately 17% of our brains for the most part, right? So the rest of it is just either hidden or unutilized or used for mundane tasks. And it's used for mundane tasks that have to be repeated over and over ad nauseum on a daily basis. And imagine not having to waste all of our brain power for that. Now that's what the machines are going to allow us to do. And this was the original idea with the Industrial Revolution back in the 1700s and 1800s as well. And I don't know if you know this difference between how Europe and the Americas approached, or not the Americas, just the United States, approached the Industrial Revolution. But when the machines came, Americans said, machines, we can work more. And the Europeans said, machines, we can work less. Right? And I think we need to bring that thinking back of the Europeans to say the machines are now here to do most of our work, so we can use our brains for the things that they were intended for ingenuity, for creativity, for innovation, for the things that we believe we can really take things forward, take the world itself forward with. Which brings me back to kind of bringing everything together again. I spoke about connecting the dots, and I'd like to share an example of how we can bring that home over here. And again, those 4 pieces that Bijoya referred to upfront as well, right? How do you bring the creativity of storytelling, the intelligence of data, the advancements of technology, and the provocative questions that force us to think about creating a better planet and a better society around sustainability? How do we bring all 4 together? I've tried very hard not to plug Dentsu over here, but this example is something that our Japan headquarters created, and I'll let you watch this first and then come back to you with how the dots connect.
Tuna, one of the most precious marine resources. As the population continues to age in Tokyo, the number of artisans that examine tuna quality has dwindled to half from its prime. This valuable skill might disappear in the near future. We challenged ourselves to create something that would ensure the sustainable supply of high-quality tuna. Introducing TunaScope, an AI successor to Japan's long legacy of tuna inspection. The key was in the fish's tail. In markets in Japan, only a handful of artisans had been responsible for the inspection of tuna quality. Everything you need to know about the fish is said to be contained in this vital part. But this skill takes artisans at least 10 years to attain. We have taken a vast number of photos of crosscuts of tuna tails. Intuitive knowledge, once only attained through years of experience, was recreated through deep learning. TunaScope, an AI with an accuracy rate of over 90% compared to a veteran artisan, was created. We have expanded the use of this AI from Japan to the world. Japan's skillful inspection has become available everywhere. Furthermore, the project has been adopted as a promotion program supported by the government of Japan. Our goal is to collect data from tuna markets across the world using TunaScope and create a fair global standard of tuna quality. Our AI technology developed for TunaScope can be applied to various fields in the future. TunaScope, an expert eye for AI.
So AI, which covers the realms of data and technology, the storytelling was apparent, hopefully. But the entire thing was around a more sustainable way of not just doing business, but of consuming, of producing, and of just creating an ecosystem and a marketplace that didn't just destroy itself as it went forward. The final thing that I'll say is not so much a provocation as a request for all of us. And it's indulge me as I talk through this acronym that I've created over here. There's a story about these two creative directors from Ogilvy in Canada who created, some of you may be familiar with the case study of the campaign for Real Beauty from Dove. It went on to win lots of awards and was a very path-breaking campaign that redefined standards of beauty in real people versus the model-like standards that were previously creating unrealistic aspirations among young women. These two creative directors quit the company right after they created that campaign to start a company called Swim. Okay? And Swim had a singular objective. It was to create marketers and business owners who actually could be much more like the people who allowed them to create the campaign for Real Beauty. And I said the number one obstacle to creating great work is actually people who lack the courage and the integrity and the empowerment to do the work that is needed, to do the work that they would like to do. So my request to all of us is to examine if we bring enough integrity, if we bring enough courage, and if we bring enough empowerment to do the kind of things that bring those four factors together: creativity, innovation, data and technology, and sustainability, to help create a better world and to create those future roadmaps in new ways that we've not thought about. Yeah? And maybe then we'll be able to foresee our next Ayodhya moment as well. Have a good afternoon, and thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much, sir, for a very insightful presentation. It was very, very engaging. Can we give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? And now we have amongst us Sridhar Singh, CEO and co-founder, TAC, the Ayurveda company. We have a session coming up that's on offline growth strategies for direct-to-consumer brands that originated as exclusively online entities. Hello, ma'am. Can we welcome her with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. I'm Sridhar. I'm CEO and co-founder of TAC. For the uninitiated, TAC is an acronym for the Ayurveda company. How many of you are founders or CXOs who are willing to take their businesses offline? Do we have anyone over here? Okay, that's not very motivating, but I'll quickly talk about why we started TAC and why we are doing the grunt work that is required to take businesses offline. Why a new age brand, a digital brand like us, is trying to set up a business which the conventional FMCGs or the large conglomerates that you see across the globe do. I suffered from a skin problem from 2014 to 2017. And got only symptomatic or suppressive solutions from modern medicine. Basically, it was an acute form of allergy called hives urticaria that now I see is very common among men, women, children. I found solutions through Ayurveda within 3 to 6 months, and I got to know that it was basically a case of pitta aggravation. Some of you might know that there are 3 doshas in human body: Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. And I could not believe that the problem that was complicated to that extent by some, a set of doctors was that easily solvable. And that's when we thought that we have to do something in this space. But what had happened was that when I came back, when I started talking to my friends and colleagues about it, I realized that not everybody took the same sense of pride in Ayurveda, and Ayurveda was perceived to be this uncool, orthodox, regressive, and also maybe at times ineffective solution. That's when we started thinking that the way India and Indianism as a concept were taking, coming to the fore, we felt that we would want to take Ayurveda through this transformation, and that's how TAC was born. Before we start talking about what's there on the slides, I'll give you one anecdote. So in 2019, early 2020, we started with our first brand called Khadi Essentials that some of you may have heard of and also used. We put our products in modern bazaar outlets and Le Marche markets outlets across Delhi NCR. And being the first generation enthusiastic founders that we are, Param and I do run these brands together. We started going to these outlets, and we used to stand there and see how the consumer's reaction to the packaging is, to the product is, and how the product is responding neck to neck when positioned against brands like Nivea or HUL. And we used to stand there, we used to see that consumers used to pick the products and they'll see it like this and then they'll keep it back. So over a period of time, we started realizing that offline is not, you can't buy the customer there. The customer has to buy your product. And it is the real litmus test of a lot many things that we will look at in the subsequent slides. I think, the industry, the D2C boom is there to stay. If you look at the numbers right now, about 8 to 10% of the overall population shops e-commerce, which is going to go up to, let's say, another 30-33% in few years to come. But offline is here to stay, and offline is not just, it has, while it is also called retail therapy, offline gives you the real exposure to various parts of the country that online can never even imagine. So we'll talk about, so by 2027, online is going to go up to 33%. Now, we need to understand why an omni-channel business is important. Omni-channel business, basically as a brand, as a product-based brand, our philosophy is that we need to be there where the consumer is. It does not matter whether the consumer is shopping from our website or an Amazon or a Flipkart, or it is our retail channels. But we very carefully and strategically positioned our brand right from the time we first raised our seed round from Wipro consumers to our second Series A round, which was the 100 crore round in apparently the funding winter that the country saw. We very strategically positioned it in parts where we started seeing the right kind of cohorts from our online businesses. So there's this aspiring tier 1 cohort in the country, which is your tier 2, the tier 1 within the tier 2. For example, you have areas like Jaipur, Mysore, Chandigarh is coming up. Then you have Vadodara, Indore, and we started positioning our beauty assisted counters, our advisor assisted counters there. And then we also realized that if we have to go big on this offline game, we will have to do it the way the neural distribution system in an FMCG works. So, I mean, this is something that any brand which aspires to become a common household name will have to follow. I think in the last, and especially the pre-COVID era, the kind of the Facebook, Meta, the entire Google universe has become so expensive that until and unless you have extremely deep pockets or extreme brand visibility or availability and resonance, online is something that will continue to remain short-lived. On the other hand, when you go to an online plus an offline kind of a business model, it forges a connection between the consumer and the brand that will go beyond a simple conversion through an ad, then ROAS, which is not yielding bottom line to the organization. In terms of, and it also kind of differentiates you from the clutter because there are so many D2C brands that are digital first and they have all their focus, attention on growing digitally only. When you become, imagine the kind of ecosystem you're trying to create for your consumer wherein they see your ad on a Facebook or an Instagram, Google, wherever, and then when they go out and they venture into a store, they also see your products there. But then we need to understand that offline also comes with a very big expense that gets invested in the infrastructure, the team, the overall commissions, relationships with the stakeholders. So how do we go about that? How does a D2C or a digital first brand crack offline? And so before we get to the how, let's talk about when. When do you do it? Because if you look around, there are so many brands that have come up and not every brand is able to perform well offline. Today, 70% of what we do, so we are at an ARR of about 150 crores. We are a 2.5-year-old business. So TAC was launched in mid of 2021. And how do we ensure that when we enter the offline, the sales happen? Because otherwise you will be stuck in a vicious circle wherein you'll keep on sending stock and the cost of infrastructure will keep on piling up. So how do you ensure that there is the right kind of lifting from the shelves that keeps happening? So I think before I'll just say that there is never really a right time in terms of deciding when so I mean, the day you decide that you would want to take your business offline, there are a couple of checkpoints that need to be there. So first of all, do you, in your cohorts, in your data that you see from different channels, whether it is third-party marketplaces or it is your website or your app, are you seeing that there is an unmet demand? So there is more that you could do, but because of maybe higher cost of acquisitions or because of limited budgets or because of the kind of community that you would have otherwise wanted to form offline, you're not able to do it. So there are certain pockets that I identified as our aspiring tier 1 cohorts, which are at this moment tier 2 in the country. We identified that these were the pockets wherein we could physically go meet and check with people if because we were getting good repeats, good acquisitions from these places. So we wanted to identify and dipstick these kind of areas first. Then the second is that you need to have some proof of concept for your online business. Offline as the real litmus test, people have the option. So in the first go, you're not going to have your own stores. You're going to position your products in multi-branded stores, and consumers have the option and they would literally pass by your product without even looking at it. So it is important that people should have some resonance, and it performs better for brands that have a higher middle of the funnel kind of an audience. Then there is a certain brand awareness that needs to be supplemented. So for example, last year we did a collaboration. So we were one of the sponsors for Filmfare that brought in a significant increase in the volumes of searches for our brand name. We were also one of the key partners with Roadies because our TG is the younger population. We want to make Ayurveda a matter of pride and an active choice among the youth of the country. And then there is this show called Indian Angels, which is an investment opportunity show where we are also there. So top of the funnel, large visibility platforms that create an organic search and demand for your product and for the brand in general. These would also be supplemented by having brand ambassadors or some known celebrities or faces that people start building resonance with. And then, like I've been saying, the geographical pockets, because India is I mean, there's never too much money to burn in the country. And no matter what kind of fundraisers that you do or the kind of pockets that you have, a country like India will suck it in no time. So it is very important to go focused, identify specific beats, and with limited products, and attain success, and then keep on expanding geography. So what I tell my team is that you should get the basic recipe of the sauce right, and then up to a certain level you can simply multiply. Once you reach that level when the multiplication stops to happen, then you figure out other changes that need to be done in that recipe, so that you can go from, let's say, from 1 to 50, then 50 to 1,000, 1,000 to maybe 1 lakh, whatever. So now that we have looked at when should we do it, let's go to how do you do it. I think this is the secret sauce, the product, price, and channel. So offline also is not, so the way you divide online into D2C, marketplaces, app, affiliates, offline also can be divided into multiple aspects. So for offline, the way we look at it, there are assisted counters, so which are manned counters, wherein somebody is standing as your performance marketer to sell the product, whether it is your own store or it is a multi-branded store. These are called BA outlets. Then there would be modern trade outlets. There are unmanned counters, and then we've also expanded into general trade from later part of the last year. So do you think that the product that does really well on our website, which is the bestseller on our website, would sell well in a Muzaffarnagar kind of a belt, in a small mom and pop store, in a small kirana store? The answer is no, because the product size, the product pricing, and the channel fitment is very important for any business when you're planning to take it offline. Otherwise, you'll keep on hoarding stock and it just keeps getting accumulated there. The second is supply chain. So we have Sanjeev Gupta, who is ex-Coca-Cola India CEO, as one of our board advisors. And he was telling me that one of the tricks that he had to ensure that Coca-Cola market share went up against its competitor Pepsi was to ensure that the stock reached the stores well in advance than their counterparts. And this, so your logistics and supply chain need to be sorted because offline expands like how the infrastructure, the back end has to be sorted, the product has to be sorted, and once you're in the market, there's no going back, whether it is your product quality, it is your supply chain, your logistics. And the next step is the team and trainings. So the way you design your infographics or product detailer, videos, influencer content for online, the team standing there are pretty much doing the same thing. So it's ironical that in a world that started from offline and has gone online, we now are looking at offline as an alien or something which is something so new and something that needs to be discussed in such detail about. So these team members that are standing there are representing your brand. The way we ensure that our infographics or our ads convey the entire brand story, the product story, and why should the reason to buy. Similarly, the teams on the ground have to be prepared with the entire details about the product, entire details about the business, and also why your product is better than the competition. Offline is a team-intensive game. It is high on infrastructure. So until and unless you have your pockets identified, it is not advised to go there. And the last but not the least would be demand generation. So now demand generation could happen at both macro and micro levels. Macro levels would be some national level campaigns or maybe state level, region level campaigns that you do, or you substantiate your product demand generation or awareness through some national level celebrities or people that are seen as credible figures. But then you also can do it at micro levels by participating in regional events. For example, last year we the identified Garba counters or hotspots that were there in Vadodara, Ahmedabad, we put up our posters so that for at least those 9-10 days, people cannot unsee our brand. And then we also did a sampling of our sunscreen and face wash. So that when people go back to their places, they can wash their face, they can remove their makeup, and the next day they can also apply the sunscreen, so that the product, the brand stays on top of their mind for those 10-20 days, which led to an upsurge in the sales of that face wash and that sunscreen in Gujarat area, in those specific pockets. So these are kind of micro level interventions that can be done. Now let's talk about product, price and channel in a bit more detail. Now we strongly believe that, and as a startup you would never have the right kind of resources to maybe depute a Nielsen or any big agency to do the right kind of market research. I was thoroughly provocated by the session that you gave, and I think a lot of it depends on the kind of data and imagination that we put together. So when you start as a D2C or a digital first brand, there's a lot of data visibility you have with respect to which pin code, what gender, what page length of the website. It's just that what you make of that data is important, and which is why it's important that you know your consumer. So if I know that my consumer is a female who is, let's say, 28 to 32 or 33 years, who falls in the top 20% income and lifestyle bracket of the country, then I'm going to show my ads to this kind of an individual, and also devise ads that resonate with this kind of a female or a TG. So, and similarly, my offline strategy needs to follow suit. However, as an online first brand, you can also sometimes choose to, because we are now going all widespread in offline, you can also identify that what pack sizes would perform and for what kind of TG. So for example, the TG that I talked about, the female that I talked about, would be okay with a 300-400 product. But in general trade, going back to, let's say, a market like Gorakhpur, a 300 rupees face wash may not cut it. So you will have to have a smaller pack size and also a pricing which suits that market sentiments, while not negotiating on the brand's ethos or what you stand for, which is the product quality, Ayurveda, deconstructing the science of it, clinically tested products, and so on and so forth. Second would be, you need to pick one choices, or so the choices that you have will be volume versus value. And if we are very laser focused when it comes to offline, so general trade for us or offline retail expansion for us means that we are seeking volume. And when it comes to online for us is more about brand perception, value creation, and at a brand level, it is okay to have products that are perception based, and then another set of products that are volume based, and maybe a third set of products which will drive your bottom line. So identification of channels and products as per this strategy would really help. Next would be the kind of channels that you want to enter in. So again, like your kiosks or your EBOs, the exclusive brand outlets, your own stores. These would be pretty expensive and can only start performing once there is an organic demand for the brand, for the product. However, in a multi-branded store, and the cost of operation will be very high. In a multi-branded store, it would be lesser. In a BA counter, it would be even lesser. And in an unmanned counter, it would be lesser. But then, the wider you go, the more horizontal you go, you will have to support it with top-level brand generation, need generation, demand generation, and also the right kind of teams that are there, so feet on street as we say it, the sales officers, the TSIs, the business development executives that can go door to door to make that connection happen. And then of course the right kind of product, price and channel fit. Some of the examples of products that we have launched exclusively for channels. The first one is a facial kit. So facial kit is not something that you commonly see in D2C or digital first brands. But then as we entered offline, we realized that there was a huge demand of a facial kit, and it was also fitting in the overall brand ethos. And we came up with Kumkumadi facial kit, which is now performing decently well in our general trade and offline counters. Similarly, to stand in comparison with the kind of body lotions or topical products that existed for winters, we came up with a different pack size of a lotion, and also came up with trade schemes which would not create a bias in the minds of consumer with respect, or a barrier in the minds of consumer for their first time purchase. You can, at a brand level, there is a distinction between some SKUs that would only go offline, and then some SKUs that we do primarily online. A bit about supply chain and logistics. So the first and foremost being, what kind of channels are you picking, what kind of prices are you picking, what is the kind of product that you're picking in order to take. So whenever you start offline, for us the game has always been about scale. We are currently at about 50,000 retail touch points, and by Diwali this year we would like to go to 1 lakh retail touch points. So when you aspire to hit such scale, it is important that your backend, your supply chain logistics is absolutely sorted. Of course, every channel has different demands, and then in offline you also have layers, unlike direct to consumer or marketplaces wherein you supply in bulk as per a supply forecast mechanism that an Amazon would give you, or maybe a Unicommerce would give you. You have to work on your own forecasting methods, and then also it's a tiered network wherein you send your products first to CFAs, then it goes to your super stockists, then your distributors and the retailers. And there are very few direct business to retailer or business to consumer transactions that are done. So how do you keep everybody excited about a new brand? How do you keep everybody motivated enough to be with you in the journey is very important. And also the planning and forecasting, because if you go wrong on that, you end up overstocking. And we are in a perishable commodities kind of a business. So the products come with an expiry date, they have a shelf life. And nobody wants to pick up a beauty product or a wellness product which is 2 years old. Another important, and I think this one is the, so product and people are the key. These are the most important pegs in the success or failure of any important brand, or I think it has been the case with wars also. If your army men and your ammunitions are not up to the mark, you'll lose the battle. And so is the case. So our products are our ammunition, and our teams, and we are the folks fighting the battle. So, and I think this weird example also came because I come from an army background, so my father was in the army. So most of the examples that we, or even getting up in the morning in chilly winters used to be like, you have to do this. Imagine how people in Kargil get up and do this. So probably a lot of examples like that I've grown up with. I think when you're out there, imagine how many layers of distribution I talked about, and then there is a regional sales head, then there are zonal sales heads, then there are area sales manager, there is a sales officer below him, and then there are TSIs. So imagine the number of, so somebody, the marketing head or the marketing team sitting in the head office, or maybe I coming up with an idea, and that being percolated down in the same intensity and same emotion is very important. And these teams are your on-ground brand advocates, your brand ambassadors, who need to be trained incessantly till the time they emote with the consumers the way you would want to, the brand would want to, and the brand needs to. Important to hire with experience. Again, recall your funny example, how do we give somebody experience? So I think for that, we also have in-house training programs, wherein we also support, there's an NGO that we are associated with in Northeast, wherein we provide them with training opportunities and also employ them once they've completed the course. Trainings, we also have a team of in-house Ayurveda doctors that educate the teams on what in the product performs how, and how the product and the brand differentiates and compete against whatever is there in the market. And the most important bit is to stay connected, because offline is very dispersed, and for a young brand like us, it could happen that you lose sight of things because somebody sitting in some part of the country may be feeling something or maybe emoting with the consumer differently than what you would like to. So very important to continue to visit the markets. There's no better training that happens, there's no better learning that happens than on visiting the fields, being on the fields and talking with the consumer yourself and actually selling to the consumer yourself. So these are some of the examples. This is our team sitting in Pune. Then these are the kind of trainings. So this is one snapshot of one training being done by the salespeople only in Patna. Talking about demand generation. So I think this is where a lot of, this is the true test of how good your product is, how good your teams are, and also how connected you as a brand are with your consumers. So hyperlocal, going very targeted, very focused to the right consumer is very important. It is also important to indulge in marketing activities only if you have the right kind of distribution. So as a young brand who was recently funded, we had this very strong itch to go live with a TV commercial. But then we stopped ourselves because once you are sitting in the comfort of your home and you see the TV commercial and you want to go out and buy the product, our distribution is not that sorted, we are not that big yet. So basically we'll end up, and sometimes what also we don't end up understanding is the cost of making the ad is only about 10-12% of the cost. The other about 88-90% is the cost of dissemination. So what you're going to do with that ad that you create is very important. So important to stop at the right time and withhold decisions that are not going to help you on the long-term journey and till your distribution is sorted. On the shelf, the right kind of visibility is important. Jo dikhta hai wo bikta hai, it stands true. We saw in the previous presentation that many of us would have skipped that moonwalking beer. So if it is not visible, if it is not in your sight, it will not be in your mind. The power of sales engagement, which is teams coming together and getting trained on topics, getting trained on new products, finding out new innovative ways to talk about the product, and also understanding what cutting edge technology are we using to build that product to solve real life problems. And then at any and every point in time, tactical interventions for retailers to boost their engagement, because we are a young brand and we are taking away shelf space from the existing conglomerates. So it is important to have the retailer, the end retailer, as the biggest brand ambassador there possibly could be. The second image that you see is one of our kiosks. This is our kiosk in Pune. First one is a retail store from Muzaffarnagar. This one is from a hoarding that we, from a poster that we put in one of the retail stores in Varanasi. and then one of the stores that we, multi-branded stores that we are a part of in South. So all in all, for any brand that wants to become a common household name, it is important to go omni-channel. While many start with digital first or a D2C or marketplaces first, it is important to know that any business will only be able to grow to 1,000 crores, 10,000 crores kind of revenue only if it is available in physical stores in person to the consumers. Now, it will always play an important role in the growth of the company, and important to note that there is never a right time. But what is very important is the time at which you build the distribution, you decide when you want to go offline. And also very important to identify the right product, price and channel fit. Never stop investing in your teams because they are the biggest sales advocates. They are the biggest. So in online, we focus so much on performance marketing. Your sales teams in offline are your performance marketers, and that is the kind of focus they should continue to get. And with this, I would like to thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Sridhar. What an exciting and inspiring presentation that was. Can we give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Would like to thank you for sharing your entire journey here. That was quite motivating and encouraging for each one of us here. You left no stone unturned to achieve that success. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, can we give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? And now let's move on to our panel discussion. We would like to invite our panelists, but before that, I would request our volunteers to please set up the stage for panel discussion. Just give us 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And now we have quite an interesting panel discussion that's coming your way, ladies and gentlemen. We have influencing speakers joining us. And one more thing, I would request our panelists to please keep track of time. 10 minutes before it's a time to wrap, there would be a buzzer. And we request you to please take note of that. So, ladies and gentlemen, our panel discussion is on marketing in the era of AI and CGI. We have 5 panelists who will be joining us for this discussion. Very soon they'll be with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have amongst us our session chair. Please put your hands together for Ms. Sonali Krishna, Senior Editor, Times Network. Let's welcome her with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us here. Thank you so much for your time that you've given us today. Thank you. We have amongst us Ruchira Jaitley, Chief Marketing Officer, Diageo India. Hello, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us here. Let's welcome her with a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we have amongst us Sachin Vishishta, Chief Marketing Officer, Paisa Bazaar. Suryadeep Verma, SVP and Chief Marketing Officer, Comviva Technologies. Hello, sir. We have amongst us Satyabrata Das, Chief Alliance Officer, Lakshya Media. Can we give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. As the topic you can see on on the chart behind you, marketing in the era of AI and CGI. Hopefully, you're not very hungry and you can stay with us for the next 25 to 30 minutes as we try and make this as riveting as possible. So ever since there's been technology advancement, whether it be the steam engine or it be the, the big computer, we've always felt, oh my God, this is insane and we're at the edge of complete disruption. AI is the next big revolution, which is basically dangling all kinds of dangers in front of us in terms of human resource, but also promising a very, very high enabled productivity. We're going to be discussing some of that and challenging some of that as we have a seasoned marketers right here on the panel, and hopefully we'll make this very, very engaging and conversational. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'll start with you, Ruchira. As somebody who markets beverages, alcohol beverages, and of course, wearing your industry hat as a marketer, how much of this AI dangler that we're all kind of, be getting used to or getting thrust into our face has actually made a difference in terms of your real-time marketing function?
Okay, so that's like a motherhood and apple pie kind of a question, right? So I'll keep it short. One, we're already using AI in ways that everyone here is familiar with media targeting, dynamic boosting on targets, on managing staff retention, all kinds of stuff, right? You're using an AI assistant, but in a far more structured, in a very clear input to output correlation. Sure. But you're using vast amounts of data and generating, therefore, the most optimal solutions. So there's a lot of AI being used. You're talking about Gen AI, which is the next step. And then, of course, the third one's predictive AI.
Absolutely.
Right? So as far as Gen AI is concerned, what does generative AI do? It trawls vast amounts of data and comes back with solutions, bases zero memory needed, infinite memory rather, so because it can access all kinds of data. The second is it comes in terms of speed and efficiency, is much faster than a human being processing it. But the third one is, it's interesting, there's a lack of truth function. It basically takes everything that's available and puts it out.
Sure.
Right or wrong.
Sure.
Yeah, which is why some of the stuff that we've been seeing going on. How much of it, therefore, are we using? I'd say a lot of people, the uptake on large language models in generative AI, which is basically type in a word in English, ChatGPT equivalent, the uptake of that from consumers is much higher than it is for businesses today, because you're still evaluating not just what efficiency it can deliver, but also the risks, which for any brand or any business is very, very paramount. So where are businesses? Businesses are adopting it much more slowly or putting in POEs, proof of concepts, POCs, etc., to make sure that there is a safe sandbox in which you can put your brands. What does it mean for me? Frankly, it's fantastic. As an alcobev marketer, I do not want to market to everyone.
Sure.
First of all, I want to market to people who want to know more. I think that there is a clear need for AI and Gen AI created solutions in 4 or 5 parts of the funnel. First of all, awareness, relevant. You like drinking gin, I like drinking a single malt, so for me, get awareness around my interest area. Second, therefore, guide me to purchase. My company's mission is celebrating life every day and everywhere. How can I make your celebrations come alive? Whether it's a wedding, whether it's a graduation party meant for, my legal drinking age and above kids and their friends. The third one is post-purchase, where I can actually use that moment of consumption, celebration to say it was great, tell people about it, maybe curate it further. And the final one is consumption, curating it, the right song list. Very different for a wedding, very different for a New Year's Eve party. Every other thing around it, what are the accessories, etc. So it can actually deliver deep personalized solutions to the right consumers without having to go through this whole circumvented piece on who you shouldn't market to. So I can do it in a very safe sandbox.
Are we there though? Are you being able to deliver personalized?
I think we're getting there.
Okay.
We have got a number of such solutions that we have already piloted, are in market. You probably don't know about it because we're waiting till it comes to a certain stage of maturity. Consumers love it. We're seeing huge interest and retention. So it's a matter of scaling up.
So we have a while to go before we reach that.
While in this day and era, Sonali is like 6 months.
6 months,
a
you're
year,
saying? Yeah,
2 years at best to go like completely switch your models on media investment. So it is there. It is there, and it's literally on the cusp of making it happen.
Sure.
In my opinion, of course.
Sure.
I'd love to hear from the rest.
Sure. Suryadeep?
I actually have a little contra opinion.
Great. I love contra. Great.
Yeah, if you ask personally, there's a tremendous amount of usage that is happening, but more on content kind of use cases. Creating content and both text and graphics, I think that's a super use case that has come up. What GenAI really has done is made it very simple for everybody, right? AI as a tech was out of bounds for marketers, so now everybody in your team is able to just log on to a terminal and pull it out. Having said that, I think a very related part of it is how you keep on building creativity and freshness and innovation through something which is available to everybody, right? So I think that's where the charm of marketing and the whole core of marketer as a skill will come into play. From a leverage standpoint, I think that's where we are doing right now. The possibility that I see in near term, which is say about a year and a half, is more around scaling it up to your probably audience and making it more of personalized campaigns. People are still kind of careful about it. You would be careful in terms of exposing your brand to all your target customer, unless you, I think what Ruchira said, do a sandbox, be 110% sure that whatever is going out through the engine is fairly kind of a foolproof. So I think that's something which is still under works, but as a marketing team, I think that's what we are doing into. Now I represent Comviva, which is a tech company, and one of our focus domain is actually MarTech, interestingly. We develop solutions for marketers, particularly into the communication vertical, which is the telecom. And there's a lot of work actually happening on the tech side where we are creating platforms that would drive that personalization at scale. Whether we have delivered it, deployed it, not yet right now, but I think there's a lot of work where we are putting together algorithms, tech, all that to make it happen. But I see about at least a year and a half before we kind of send it live. There are pilot stories where, you can generate a campaign, activate it, do all that, but I think marketers are still very, very careful in terms of pressing the button and exposing it out there. But having said that, it's a force multiplier for sure. It's a great, great disruptor. I think in the next couple of years, we are going to really see this transforming the whole marketing function for sure. And this is as powerful as it can get from a capability standpoint. So I think those were my 2 cents.
Sure. I have a couple of rejoinders, but first I'm going to get the other 2 gentlemen to give me their view. So, Sachin, why don't you give me your view if you're in line with Ruchira or with
both of them are right actually in their own way. But this word AI, it got popularized when OpenAI, they launched ChatGPT. That was a part of their strategy because no one was taking them seriously, and that is not what they wanted to do. They wanted to create AI model for large organizations, and now everyone, they've started noticing them, and suddenly ChatGPT became a race. But it is not the point when AI actually started. I'm sure a lot of you guys would have noticed around 7-8 years back. I'll just give an example of Google Ad Search. Right, search ads. A lot of people, in fact, most of us are, using it as a channel to acquire customers. We had to optimize campaign manually. We had to select placements, take out reports on a daily basis, select keywords, add negative keywords, a lot of these things, and it took, a lot of time out of a marketer's day. Google started, automating all these functions one after another, and I think around 3-4 years back, now search is completely automated. You don't have to do anything. You just give them some sort of keywords. give them certain goal on, if you are a digital, entirely digital company and the transaction is happening within the digital ecosystem, you tell search that these are my goals, this is my ideal customer, this is the demographic, this is the domain, this is the product what I am selling, and you run the campaign. And this is what I want. And you don't have to touch that campaign. The machine learns automatically and it'll yield results in line with your expectations. That's AI, right? Where you are not taking decision and you are letting the machine take decision basis, instead of you getting into the data and then changing it on a daily basis. So it's been there. Now when it comes to the use cases of AI in, it's in the every domain. I believe that as a marketer, my work is to find the right consumer for my product, give them the right messaging about my brand using the right channel at the right time. AI is impacting each one of these, these pillars. When it comes to choosing the right consumer, like she said, there are use cases in segmentation, there are use cases in, identifying who is your right consumer, what are his habits, what are her habits, what kind of content she is consuming, etc., etc. When it comes to messaging, right messaging, there is personalization. Instead of looking your audience at an aggregate level, you can now go granular and treat your consumer as an individual. Like she mentioned, someone likes gin, someone likes single malt. Rather than looking at them as an alcohol drinker, I can now go granular and see them as gin drinker. I can go further down and see them as a Hendrix drinker or a Jaisalmer drinker, right? So AI gives you that power. Now, again, when it comes to communication, Mondelez did it a few years back. They personalized a video communication message, right? Use Shah Rukh Khan. Exactly. That it was that. I think it was pre-ChatGPT time. Then the channel, how to choose your channel. I'll again go back 5, 6, 7 years back. We built a propensity model, right? Because we were using multiple channels to reach out to our consumers. Not the new consumers, but for cross-sell. People who have already visited our product, who have already consumed our product, we were trying to cross-sell and we were trying to figure out which channel is the best, what time of the day is the best to communicate, right? We put all of these things in a propensity model, started working. It has evolved in last 5, 6, 7 years, working beautifully well for us. So again, now, earlier it used to be a tedious task. Take out data, analyze that data. Now you can put everything in a model and let the machine learn and the AI will do the rest. So it's impacting each and every area of your work these days.
Okay. Satya?
Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Sonali, one of the best hosts in the country, please.
Say that later, yeah.
Yeah, no, I want to tell this because I'll forget. Well, I will have a position very different to all three of them because they're brand custodians and I'm coming from a agency perspective. See, look, I as a alliance head, what I do is I go and meet a lot of people who are working on this ecosystem, and they have different kind of perspective. They come to me and they say, I have all these algorithms which can actually take the CMO's job. And it's very scary. They say, nature, you don't need a CMO. I will go. You tell me where do you want to go and pitch. And then the whole, we'll go and pitch and we can tell this, we can tell that. And there's another set of people who come and tell, Acha, this CMO has done wrong investment on digital. We have auditing team which can audit that and tell ki, this is wrong investment in digital.
That's why CMOs have the shortest shelf life.
So, it's a little scary. I'll tell you what. So, as somebody who has seen the evolution of media from early 90s to till now, I think you have to, as my friend said, that you have to look at it with a bit of caution. You need to take it with a pinch of salt, and you have to use it in 2-3 parameters. One is, you definitely have to have a data scientist as a CMO in your team. You need to have a research guy who understands the whole ecosystem, and it also depends from brands to brands. Like her brand would need it, his brand will need it, and maybe another brand will not need it. It's very important to know. For instance, a Swiggy and a Zomato, or for that matter, a Acco will use it brilliantly because they're completely digital, right? I mean, Acco doesn't do any transaction otherwise. They would do only purely digital. So they would use AI in a much better way than do a product like in Maruti or in Skoda. They would need impact, they would need reach, but still they have a team which reach out to people who will, do that data crunch and give them that, this is. Yeah.
Just wanted to add here, not only the digital companies, but in fact, I'll just give you an example of Asian Paints. They are using, now we can call it AI, but they are using data beautifully well in their demand planning. So they can plan how much paint is needed in a particular pin code, at what time, and of what color. Right? So similar, like if I...
more hyperlocal.
Yeah,
hyperlocal.
Exactly. And they are an offline company. Similarly, if I talk about Diageo, it would be great if they can implement a way or processes to collect data at the point of sale level. Currently, if you get into an alcohol or a liquor store, you just pay and take out the bottle which you want.
No. Everybody asks for your mobile number and it is grandly misused.
Hold on. Just hold that thought. I completely agree with Sachin, and I think, but disagree with Satya on one point. Two things, and you wanted this, right? Yeah, I do. You wanted this. I disagree on the point that I don't think anyone is saying AI or Gen AI is going to replace the role of creativity.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. It makes it more efficient, it makes it faster, more dynamic, more personalized. But creativity, I mean, you use the example of Shah Rukh Khan, right? Yeah, that was fantastic creativity. If I look at the 5-star, and I'm using a competitor very deliberately, so I'm not like talking about the great work that we're doing at Diageo, which we are, but the 5-star work on using the star rating, creativity, that it used platforms that were deep data platforms, right, is the point. The other thing I agree with Sachin on is that, you were just making that point. Your ability to leverage that content dramatically better. We always knew advertising is wasted. Where is it wasted? We still don't have the solution to that, right? Yeah. And in this day and age, with greater and greater consumers demanding personalization and customization, I don't want to be talked to as one of many. That's what you're doing. A-Paints, I've got 2 examples. In China, Alibaba, as far as someone cut my sound off, it's okay. Alibaba, used data and AI to help a beer company reduce the number of warehouses it had from 9 to 6 and improved servicing rates, right? That's AI and data. Quaker Oats designed a whole new product in 3 months, unheard of in that category, and sold out month after month using AI and predictive and generative. They actually generated what the pack should look like and what the product should be, right? So yes, jobs will be under threat, but not creativity.
But I believe there would be newer jobs, right? So things which you can easily automate, definitely those jobs will go. So again, I'll go back 7-8 years. There's a thing called search engine optimization.
Yeah.
I'm sure you all would know. 8-10 years back, the work of search engine optimization was such that you needed, it was a labor-intensive work.
Yeah.
There were people who were not very highly paid. They used to earn 3,000-4,000. They were given an Excel sheet with all the websites and some data, and they used to do the data entry work. Now that job, it does not exist.
Correct.
So people, and so I had 5 people, such people in my team. I am still in touch with 3 of them. 2 have evolved beautifully well. they learned how the field was changing, and they kept on changing their own skill sets, and they are working very well as SEO guys now also. Rest, they have, they went away. They are doing something else. They're not in the same field. So how you evolve, as a worker or as an individual, it depends on you, because new jobs will be created, old jobs will go. So I don't think it's such a big threat.
I have a rejoinder to the panel. Almost everybody on this panel has talked about in the future AI will be more personalized, will be more customized, will understand your customer better. I want to ask the audience, how much of content is chasing you today, and how many calls are you getting for different products or services? Anybody who's fed up of that? Being chased by content all the time and being called randomly?
I'm fed up. Here.
Yeah? Yeah, me too, right? I'm kind of frustrated actually. So my point is, if you're going to keep chasing me, despite the fact that you have at your disposal so much data, right? And you understand at a granular level my likes and my choices, why is it that I'm constantly being bombarded, whether it be by email or it be by social media or it be by regular telephone or SMS, to a point on categories where I have no interest. I may even say I'm not interested, but that somehow that data entry is not happening, and it's continuing to do the same thing, and my data is being sold. To your point, every time I go, now I refuse my number, but they take your number, and that database, selling of that database is such a roaring business now that people are just randomly calling you. I get more nonsensical calls than actual, work efficient calls. So my question is, where is this great AI and all this data computing going?
Sonal, can I just tell this? See, look, now, 10 years back, when, those old-timer data scientists like Lean D'Souza or...
Marketing person.
Sorry?
You're talking about like telemarketing.
No. I'm saying people like us, when AI was not there, we used to work a lot on research and data, correct?
Through research agencies.
It might be agency, it might be in research firm like ATG, IMRB, or whoever, yeah. So, when we used to work, we had reaches 1+, 2+, 3+, 4+, and it's a blind spot. Today, Blinkit is, when Blinkit comes, I do like this, sorry for the brand, but I do it like this, because it keeps on hammering. It's been a blind spot for me for ages now. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So, the brand head there should understand where to stop, but they don't stop. And then as we talk now, if our mobile phones are on, they would send me something, today when I go back. So I think somewhere AI also has to be a bit more intelligent to understand, what a consumer, it's like this, it has to be a new girlfriend who understands all your needs and then give you food like that or whatever like that, and then tell that the old girlfriend was not correct, I'm better off. So somewhere I think AI has to evolve a little better.
I think Sonali was looking at Sachin while asking this question. So industry, I'll just take, so I guess this is pure senseless marketing, what you're saying. It's like just bombarding everybody. That's, I guess, is not what we are really talking here. It is database marketing pretty much, just pulling out.
But via AI, right?
So that's
because
the truth.
You know that I'm interested.
Hang on, so that's the truth. I think while we speak about this frontier subjects, that was what I was actually alluding to. I still feel that most teams still are hinged on marketing automation tools and pushing campaigns and then getting on to their next campaign and next campaign and next campaign. I think that's still the way most of the world and the teams are operating, right? Yeah. Now, if you look at AI and application, there are companies which are a little ahead of the curve, right? And you will see some sophistication in the way they are approaching. So I guess that would be like 10% of teams, 15% of the teams, which actually are getting into that kind of a subject. It also depends upon the kind of business that you are in, right? I'm into B2B business. I discourage my team members to run such campaigns, right? Because for me, so I'm into a B2B business and I'm strongly focused on a couple of domains, which is telecom and BFSI. So I will not encourage my team members. I stop them, right? When I look at their plans, I want to be very sure in terms of what they're doing. Having said that, I guess, I receive I receive so many mails, so many connection requests, and the second thing that I see is a request for it turns into a campaign. But that's like a very poor execution. What really is happening these days is that I think we are mixing up data science, AI, all that stuff. This is tremendously creating a lot of capability and intelligence into the system. The point is whether teams are in a position or they have the tools, they are at a maturity to leverage some of this information. I don't think a lot of people are still well trained on some of those aspects in terms of looking at a journey. They themselves have their pressure, their life pressure. So, the point is how many campaigns you pushed, what is the open rate, what is the click rate, and you get on with your life, right? But this is, so what is really happening is you're seeing so many campaigns because so many guys are operating out there, everybody is trying to get in touch, but nobody is really trying to get into your persona, your habits, nobody is. 80-90% of the guys are not. They are creating all that.
And I might add to that, there are also companies and businesses that are GDPR compliant, that do consent-based marketing, that will not target you basis your number on a list that you shopped for, because that's absolutely not allowed, right?
Few and far between, Ruchira.
True, but I work with one of them. So I know that, in fact, the consent we take is for the use. It's like, okay, do you want to know about an event, or do you want to know about various offers? And depending on what you tick off, and it's for a limited period of time, that I can retain those records. So yes, and by the way, the company that transformed the maximum amount and the fastest was actually L'Oreal, which today is held as a benchmark. Now think about it, when was the last time someone from L'Oreal called you? No one, right? Because they also work with the same compliance norms that exist in Europe. So I do want to add, it's not like Suryadeep saying, that's just bad, lazy marketing.
So I'll have a different view on this. So, how many calls are you getting, or how many messages, or how many communications are you getting? It depends on the industry who is targeting you, right? For an FMCG company, or maybe Diageo or HUL or ITC, they have a very high recall because you're using their products on a daily basis. You need those products on a daily basis. So rather than investing in a campaign to reach out to their consumers, they invest that amount in becoming more and more intelligent in demand planning, right? Now there are industries where a consumer is in market for a very short duration. And the prime example of these industries are real estate and BFSI. You are not in market, for a long, if you are looking for a house on rent, or you are looking for a house to purchase, there is a very short window. Now, and the companies, number of companies or number of providers are huge. So there would be real estate firms, there would be real estate brokers, and they all know that Sonali is in market, she's looking for a house. There are 20 different people who are chasing Sonali, and they have a very short window. Similarly, for if I talk about BFSI, my industry, you would not be in market for a loan for a very long duration. If you need a personal loan, maybe you will be in market for 15 days, 1 month. If you need a home loan, maybe for 3 months to 6 months, right? That is the duration. Now, another thing is, that is one problem. The other problem we large organization face in this particular sector is impersonation. So there are DSAs who would call you saying that I'm calling from HDFC Bank. HDFC Bank would not know that, this DSA is calling you. They will give that file to someone else, maybe Kotak, or they may give it to HDFC, but the brand which is getting, basically targeted is HDFC Bank. So a lot of these things happen. Second thing is, we can't blame AI for that. AI would give you the right propensity model. It will tell you in deciles that this is D1, where you have 95% chances of conversions. This is D2, where you have 90% chances of conversion, so on and so forth.
But right? AI is not able to tell all these real estate companies that Sonali is not interested in buying a house and doesn't have the money.
Because 99% of those companies would not be using AI. There would be your, next nukkad ka, real estate broker who has gotten your number from somewhere, who has gotten a tip that Sonali is looking for it. Maybe you are not looking for a house. Maybe you went with someone else, right, who was in market, but they got a tip and now they'll haul you. So that's how these few industries work.
No, I also find social media quite devilish, I would say, because you're discussing something with a friend. Let's say I discussed gin and single malt with Ruchira today, right?
You will start
the
seeing
next thing is I'm going to be bombarded with stuff, right? And I have not consented. I'm having a casual discussion with a friend, but I will be bombarded and they will not leave me alone. So I find instead of actually engaging me as a customer, you're really irritating and annoying me.
Because the models are still evolving, they're not perfect.
That is my point is today's actual real-time execution leaves a lot to be desired from a customer standpoint.
True.
Right? Not from a marketer's
You're
standpoint.
right.
You are evolving models.
Yeah.
Let me ask you another thing as a customer, because marketers tend to live in their own little world, right? From a customer standpoint, today they say it's all automized, it's all about chatbots. I've tried chatbots. They are limited responses. If I ask anything out of the box that has not been keyed in, it goes back to the same step one. I'm like, okay, but that's not my question, right?
Because
there is no artificial intelligence being used there that, okay, this is beyond my syllabus, so can I then try and put them onto a human interface? Right? That kind of sophistication and nuance is not yet there. So essentially, you're leaving me more frustrated.
I'll tell you why it's happening. So currently, most organizations are using rule-based chatbots, which are, you can say, the first generation chatbots, where you give certain rules and you give responses. That if someone asks this, give this, ask this, give this. If someone asks something out of the box, give them sorry or some generic answers. Now organizations, and I know a few of them, in fact we are also working with Microsoft on the same. Now organizations are working with Microsoft and Google, who have large AI models, and trying to leverage their own data. So if I give you our example, we have call data of last 10 years, because a large number of agents are calling these people for last 10 years. We have every sort of questions. We are trying to leverage that data, and if we can create a chatbot who can work, if not 100% as my agent, but at least 70-80% of my agent, and then for the rest 30, I'll do a transition like you said, I'll hand it over to a human agent, but we are not there. And I am a digital first organization. I can't say, maybe someone else is using is still the open chat and all of these things where you have certain flowcharts, you set that flowcharts, and that's is frustrating, So these things are very complex, all these chatbots and everything. It started, I think, in 1950s, 1960s, when Alan Turing he devised a test called Turing test, where there was a chat between a human, 3 humans and one researcher. There was a bot, and the researcher has to identify which one is the bot, right? No bot could pass that test till 2021. But now, after all these chat GPTs and the amount of data we have in the ecosystem, thanks to all of us using smart devices and IoT devices, the amount of data which is being generated at every moment is tremendous. And AI to be intelligent, more and more data is required. So
but I have to interrupt you there. This data, this quantum of data that people keep talking about. A few years in Cannes, it was all about data. It was trending. Bite-sized data, large data, big data, small data. My point is, nobody is able to comb through this data. There is quantum and quantum of data being received. But how to use that data is, I think, leaves a lot to be desired.
True. We all are learning that, right? And using data is a complex thing. Within an organization, I'm sure you would appreciate that. In an organization, same customer would be in different database. Different database would belong to different teams, right? And the fungibility of these data sets is not there. Now, when people are realizing that, they are now making amends. They are trying to create a data lake. They're trying to create a right data infrastructure, because till you have the right data infrastructure in place, no AI model would work. No matter how sophisticated model you get or you build in-house, it will not work till the time your data is sorted. Now, I'm not talking about small organization. I'm talking about large banks. The CASA database would be different than, the asset database, liability database would be different. Home loan team would have their own database, and Sonali might be there in all of these databases. All of these teams would be, after Sonali for their own
Imagine
product.
my plight.
Right. So it is improving, and I believe it's not very long. Maybe in 6 months, 1 year time, we'll see, a decent impact.
And
of
that's
all these
the
efforts.
point, right? 6 months to 1 year, 2 years, that's the horizon we're talking about, because there's someone called Mo Grabo. I think I've got the pronunciation of his surname right. He used to run AI for Google, right? He spoke about how for almost 6 months, they were looking at robos who could catch a little yellow ball, right? 6 months, nothing. People were joking about it, saying, you're spending millions doing this, right? And this was all about generating intelligence. Friday afternoon, 3 o'clock, he was walking from one office to the other. People are shutting down, because that's what they do, I believe, shut down at 3 or 3:30 on a Friday afternoon. And he noticed one machine. And they thought, oh, you know what? That's just chance. One machine caught the ball. On Monday morning, these are all disconnected machines. All machines were catching every single ball, Monday morning. Yeah. Right? So to your point, the Turing example is brilliant. The question is, are we ready for it? Are our capabilities there? Are our people there? Are our policies there in terms of security? And are we going to add the right amount of creativity, right amount of left and right brain, right? And I think that's the question, right? And it is not going to be a race to the top, because you can make horrific mistakes. I wouldn't advocate that. I wouldn't want to be the person who's being chased by all these guys. But I certainly want to know that someone who knows my needs and wants is able to cater to it better and better. Imagine a future where there is no search. Yeah. A future where there is no search, because what you're looking for, you ask for it. You don't have to go and type it. And you'll get like literally the whole value chain in front of you with suggestions.
And the time period in which we see visible change is shrinking. So, in last 2 years, whatever change you have seen in the technology world, in the marketing world, in the society, it is more than the last 10 years, and it is more than the last 20, 30 years, right? So the time frame in which change is happening is shrinking. So maybe we'll see more change in coming 6 months than we have seen in last 3 years.
I think we are going through a process of evaluation. Time. Oh.
No, get the blinker on.
Okay, so quickly, I think all of us are going through a time of evolution, Sonali. I mean, I think as we talk, there are a lot of work happening on AI, and people like us are evolving with AI. So I think ultimately we have to create a story for ourselves. For instance, some of the best brands in the world, whether it is Google or it is Facebook or it is Netflix or Apple, they are using it with a lot of discrete. For instance, if you see Netflix, Amazon Prime, they use a lot of out of home. Lot of, in India and other places. They're the most intelligent company. And then they amplify it in social. They are not completely gone to AI. They are using it with discrete global companies. So we need to use it with caution, and we have to see how it's evolving, in this.
I have one question to the audience here. As customers, not as marketeers, how has AI fruitfully impacted your lives? Anybody? If it has, please raise your hand.
I see my great friend sitting here. Brother.
Lloyd. Okay, I guess that means it has impacted nobody.
Can I tell you how it's impacted my life positively?
No.
Zoom has this amazing feature. You don't have to take minutes anymore. It'll actually take minutes of a meeting for you. Highly intrusive, very scary, but it does. You're doing a meeting, you are running the meeting, it will come back with minutes for you. Yeah.
And your content discovery on OTT, all OTT platforms is driven by AI. So you watch one and it'll recommend you.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say that's really random because that discovery is, these days, because of the plethora of choice, if you want to start a show or a movie, I spend almost an hour surfing to figure out what I want to watch. And, it's not that, their interface, maybe it's working, they're working on it to improve it, but it's not bang on yet. I'm spending a lot of time understanding what I want to watch and actually watching.
So, I think that's the thing. It's never gonna be 100% bang on, but I'm sure at times the machine is gonna surprise you as well, right? And that happens to most of us. I think you threw a good question, and I was surprised nobody raised their hand.
They're hungry.
I think what is also happening is that we don't realize how much of AI is influencing our decision making, and we are not even conscious of it, right? Which is social media recommendations, right? I'm sure everybody here would be on Insta, and they don't realize what is thrown at them is based on their viewing patterns, right? And at least for me, I get surprised quite a number of times. Almost everybody would be using Google Maps. This whole kind of, I think that's pretty much an amazing use case of, data science and, whatever you call it. And we have been experiencing it. I mean, there are recommendations that come in our way. There is so much of usage that is really happening. And I think it is becoming very integral to the way we live our life.
Okay, last question before I let you go. Each one of you, how much has this usage of AI and implementation and investment in AI made the outcome far more efficient? So you can tangibly say that because I've used this, I have either reduced my marketing expenditure or I have converted that much more people in terms of consumption. Can you tell me tangibly you can make that statement?
So I think what has tremendously at least impacted me is my time investment on content, right? Which has cut down the amount of content that we can generate. And I'm not talking about final AI-driven content, but I'm talking about subject ideas. I'm talking about draft stuff, and you can look at like 5 drafts and get your own draft. I'm talking about ideas there. There is a tremendous impact that I have also seen on prospecting side, where, on the demand gen particularly, where you are able to and orchestrate some of that in a limited manner. So I do see impact of that for sure.
Can you make that tangible for me?
I would say that
these are more intangible?
No, these are not intangible. If I were to work with a 20-member team, I think I could do that job with about 15-member team. But what is really happening is that you are also finding ways to leverage your talent in more productive areas, right? So, I mean, all of us do a lot of content stuff, and I do see very, very serious value there in terms of generative AI and AI and all that. I can't actually imagine a life without that as a enabler. So I believe, there are, the expectations is really kind of even getting stretched, and it's gonna pretty much be at a very solid space. But I think it is becoming a way of life for everybody.
So yeah, I can give you some tangible numbers. As an organization, around 40-45% of our revenue comes from cross-selling on our own customer base. That's a substantial number as an organization. So not AI, but I would call it the machine learning model which we have built. It's not the same thing, but in the same direction. We have a propensity model which we started working on 6-7 years back. It has helped us improving our guiding metrics for marketing team here at Paisabazaar is cost by revenue. How much cost I am incurring to get how much revenue, and it has to be a positive thing. We try not to run loss-making campaigns, right? So it has improved my cost by revenue ratio from earlier 62-63% to now 41-42% for all my paid campaigns. That's a substantial, and it has not happened in a day or in a month's time. It's the work of last 5, 6, 7 years. The other thing is lead scoring model, which is because we have a large contact center team, roughly 3,000-4,000 agents who are calling on inquiries we get. I cannot call to each and every inquiry I get. I have to choose that which inquiry should I give a call, which inquiry should I pass. That lead scoring model, it has improved our conversion rate substantially. Third, and the most important, a very important model we have, that's called chances of approval. Because in our industry, more people get rejected for the product they want. So it's not that you want a loan and you'll get it. Unlike any other product, you want a bottle of wine, you'll get it, you can purchase it. But you want a loan, there are very high chances that you may not get it for XYZ reasons, right? Because each banks, NBFCs and lender has their own set of rules, own set of underwriting rules, which are not exposed to us. That's something which is classified. Now, my job as a platform is to match the right lender with the consumer. Now, if I do not know those rules, how will I match the right consumer? Earlier, when we started out, our rejection rates were very high, but throughout these last 7, 8, 9 years, more and more data we had, more and more data we collected, and the model, we call it chances of approval. We built that model over that data. And now we have improved the chances of approval by almost 35-40%. So earlier it used to be around 47-48%, and out of 100, 47-48% people used to get a product. Now it is around 64-65%. So that's a substantial improvement, and it has all happened I'll not call it because of AI, but because of these machine learning model which we have built on top of the data. Now the next phase, we are working to automate our service teams, at least the service inquiries which we get. We have a 30-40 member service team and the ORM team, who give manual responses to all the complaints on the inquiries we get. We are trying to automate that. But again, it would not be a rule-based chatbot like you mentioned. We are trying to make it a little more intelligent, so that it will not only understand the direct statements, but also understand the colloquial meaning of the words used in the conversation and the context.
Absolutely tangible for me. I'll tell you how. I work for one of my verticals called Event Capital, works for concerts, and I work very closely with Book My Show. So Book My Show tells me where you need to do the concert, where they have a huge data with them. They tell me, so I'm doing a new concert with Sonu, so I know exactly which city to go, how to do, very tangible, and I don't have to do that work. Secondly, we're the only one in the country to have currency called Sharp on the out-of-home ecosystem, where I can tell a brand where to go. It's a little counterproductive for me because, I'll tell exactly this road, this many number of people will go, you take it here, I can go hyper-local to the, 0 mile. So it's purely tangible for me in that aspect. And I have a company called Inventec, which works on content models, where it's very, very, very helpful for me. So yeah, I think very tangible for me.
What's tangible? I can't beat those numbers, Sachin, but what's tangible for me is AI and ML, which is machine learning. That's ground zero, foundation, which has given us massive media savings on targeting. And year on year, we see productivity. We're seeing some amount of, full omni-channel kind of consumer connected journey work, which will give us maybe another 5-10%. So talk about 5-10% is giving us some savings. What we are not seeing yet is Gen AI, because we're learning, right? And Gen AI for me is the big one, because we want to reduce the cost of content creation and instead reach out to more people or try more things, right? Because production was the reason why you never did. You wouldn't try 5 things. You'd say, 1 crore boss, can't afford it. And you'd want to reach more people, but you'd say, itna hi media money baki hai. So look at the efficiency you can build in the chain while not sacrificing creativity, not sacrificing consumers. It can be quite mind-boggling. Yeah.
Well, on that note, I found it quite an interesting discussion with a lot of contrapoints and a lot of insightful discussions. But clearly, AI has a long way to go, but at least we're on the journey. And hopefully, the next time we speak as a customer, I'll be able to tell you what tangible benefits I'm receiving as a customer thanks to AI. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and hopefully you had a good time too. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sonali.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for this interesting and engaging panel discussion. Can we give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? So many takeaways from this session, and now we'll be breaking for lunch. So request all of you to please join us for lunch. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll start with our next session at 3:15. It's a fireside chat, so I request all of you to please join us here at 3:15. Thank you.
गुजरात का सियासी रण, उद्धव सरकार के बिगड़ते समीकरण, ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद का सच, टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत
couple of things that are in your mind. Maybe we should just start off by a loosener on what do you think, just a simple question, what do you think is going to be the future of a cookieless world? And what are your top of minds? Are the two questions that I'm going to ask these people. What are your top of minds on what brands and marketers should do? Maybe in the hierarchy of things, let us start with the product person, Mr. Aswani. The product person, Mr. Jagwani, and then we'll come to Mr. Aswani.
So, hi all, a very good afternoon to you all, and thank you for the wonderful introduction. In a post-cookie world, I would see brands would be evolving very well, trying to gather more and more data and be dependent on their own websites or their own data platforms. If non-existent, they would possibly look at creating one and understanding what their customer wants or how their customer is reacting to various kind of offers or maybe activities, how they're navigating on the website, and attributing all of that data into some contextual form of targeting to help sell their products better. With the current set of ecosystems and the reliance on the likes of bigger advertisers like Facebook and Google, a lot of these is being controlled by them. But I think with time and with more and more data platforms coming in, it would be easy for us to target them on our own side of the market.
That's very short and sweet. I thought product people just keep on speaking forever, but thank you so much. And product के बाद automatically service आता है. ये cream बनाता है और ये hospital में बेचता है. You know, that's how the fantastic link is. Your thoughts?
Well, in the post-cookie world, what I feel is that in the shorter term, there will be challenges or concerns with the accuracy of advertisements that we do. In a longer term, I don't think much of the impact will have, because this has already compelled the industry to focus more towards first-party data. And then in the first-party data, the challenges were initially your sanctity of data that we take, and then how do we primarily create the right set of markers and bucket that data to do the right set of advertisements. It is that a lot of technologies, lot of algorithms, or whatever might or insight will be used to use this first-party data far more effectively. So in the longer term, I believe that not much of a concern, but in the shorter term, yes, there will be a lot of challenges with the accuracy of the advertisements that we do.
Wonderful. This is also a nice, short and sweet opinion, and we'll come back to you on this particular thing about short term versus long term, as well as what you said. And now, whether it is product, whether it is service, remember who makes things happen is the advertising agency. So उनको तो बेचना है, so they will make a nice campaign, and now there are so many other things that are happening. Aren't you, Mr. Jose, the most affected by losing data on the cookie? What's your opinion?
Not exactly. So first of all, just to set the context, because how we are all saying that this will happen, right? So I don't know how many of you know, raise of hands maybe, right? Google has already turned off 1% of their cookies, right? 3 weeks ago, right? So 30 crores of cookies gone, right? So it's not somewhere in the distant past. The elephant was outside the room, now it is inside the room, and it's on top of our tables now, right? Advertising agencies are not affected. I think it's the biggest opportunity right now to kind of pivot because you and me as consumers, we want to know what is happening with our data. That's one. Second, brands would have to now hence, have to respect privacy, right? So, which is not the case. And then brands would have to hence start, kind of moving away from the crumbling path of cookies, if I may call it, right? So, I think if all of this is happening, it's hence our responsibility as marketing technology consultants to work with the brands and future-proof their advertising, right? So, which is building identity solutions and build alternative solutions so that, the advertising can be future-proof. So it's the biggest opportunity to pivot in my mind.
Terrific. I think it's a very positive way to look at it. Most of the people normally have a tendency saying that, oh my God, the cookie is going away. Oh God, the IDFA went away. You know what is IDFA? identifier for advertising, let's say, IDFA. This is an Apple term, and they discontinued it on 14th May 2021. In 3 months' time of that particular event, let's say, guess who lost the most amount of money? It was Facebook, where their market capitalization came down by $200 billion in the first quarter of the IDFA getting discontinued. So there are a bit of Ku Klux Klan, kind of conspiracy theory people saying that when the cookie goes away, the product guys are going to be shitting bricks and, 1P data they don't have, vagara, vagara. And the advertising companies have to completely remodel themselves and pivot themselves into something completely different as a technology company. That's where it brings to the technologist. So when we say we invented the cookie 20 years back, we as in people who are like me, let's say as mad, it is just a pixel. It's a 1 into 1 pixel, which is a drop of data that is put on a particular device, on an application which will follow you, let's say. That can have manifestedly different avatars. And that is what is our sense, our technologist sense of what is a cookie, a cookieless world, is there will be some other elegant way of tracking data. It is not going to be in your face. It is not going to be that Manoj Davne went to a site, which is, let's say, Chirag Deen shirts. If somebody knows that brand, you will be my age, most probably. And that Chirag Deen shirts has been following me for the last 15 years, for example. That's a cookie which is a persistent cookie. Are there alternate technologies? Are there IDs that are getting created? Are there identity graphs that are getting created? Is email an identity? Is mobile phone an identity? Can it be done in a more graceful manner rather than in your face? Is where we see, technologists see, as the cookie-less world, or the future or after cookie-less world. There are enough people doing enough things. We will solve it. That is for sure. That is for sure. And coming to 1P data, people keep on talking about 1P data or first-party data. As rightly pointed out, there may be third-party cookies that may be going, but first-party is not going anywhere. If my data is my own, let's say Fixed Dharma has their own website or their own application, that data unse koi chhin nahi sakta. Janma siddha hak hai unka. But if it is putting a third-party data on a tertiary website, let's say, that is the one that is getting challenged. So remember, first-party data is an important thing. However, I just want to make a point and finally move to the next one, let's say, saying many people think first-party data se kaam ho jayega, but who has first-party data? Let me take an old company name, with a not company name, just let's say an old brand which is into cosmetics. Abhi now that old brand into cosmetics for last 60 years has been collecting data, मान गया first-party data hai. From where? From people walking into Shoppers Stop, पर्ची के ऊपर. From people who have responded to a thing that is thrown in a newspaper on a Sunday, इतना बड़ा वो ad गिर जाता खटाखट करके. These are ways in which people have gathered, and of course, lately, of course, digital and everything. All of these data, they put in something called CDP, Customer Data Platform or Consumer Data Platform, and that is the repository that's available. It needs to be sharpened in the future. That's about it. How to do it? Leave it to a little bit of us, technologists, leave it to a lot of people around the room, let's say, but we'll solve this problem. So as a first part summary, let's say if it is okay, saying that yes, there seems to be a change that is going to be there in the ecosystem. Yes, it's a significant change and we need to be ready. I think that's a clear message coming out from everywhere and it's not insurmountable. The second part is, let's say, Jagwani ji, if you're running a product company, what do you feel your first party data capture kaise hota hai? Aaj kaise hota hai? How does it happen today? And how do you think it is going to change in the future?
So today, the data is being captured on my website via the orders that the customers place on the website. But if I'm wanting to track that one who may not have purchased from my website, but how do I track them or how do I track it on a third-party platform? So let's say, will the Google remarketing pixel work or will the Facebook remarketing pixel work? Probably not. I think that is a stage where other software or other AI tools like maybe yours would come into the picture and help me understand that where did a user come in and possibly drop out. And how do I reach out to that user? Because initially I did not have any data. or a pixel which could track it, or cookie that could track it.
So that's all of thing you're saying is where you're thinking about yourself as a product available on a platform.
Yes.
If I urge you to think, or for the benefit of audience, saying that imagine Fixed Derma had its own app, or imagine Fixed Derma had its own website as a D2C, let's say, would that be a position that you would want to attain?
Yes, sooner or later, yes, because
That is first party data.
Yeah, so we have the website part. So in fact, Fixama is there. We have Fixama. We've got Fixama Cosmetic Laboratory. So we've got two websites to collect data, not just one. How we leverage that data and how we clean that data is the next step.
Excellent. Looking at a product available, at least a packaged good. Fixed Derma is also, is it OTC or is it prescription?
It is OTC, it is prescription as well.
Dono.
Majority prescription, OTC is just in the development.
Then you are now, the segue is directly into something as sensitive at what this gentleman does. He runs point for Medanta, let's say. That kind of information, even if you have first party, can you do anything with it? Meaning, I know you have all my information about my waist size and everything, but uska kuch kare nahi bas. आप कैसे करते हो? How will you handle first party data?
See, first party data, like the first thing is, which I said, that the sanctity of data. While there's a, and I absolutely agree with you that while there's a lot of data which is available, what part of this data is accurate and what part of data can be used in various forms. So I'll give you the example. For example, today you, or like around an year back, you came to Medanta for a test that needs to be done, like a full body checkup test. In that, one of the marker is HbA1C, which gives you your blood sugar level. Now your blood sugar level is very high. At that point of time, I can prescribe you certain things, and I know with this data of all your demographics, everything about you, and I know that you as a patient or a consumer have higher sugar levels. Now this data is an old data. After 1 year, what is the accuracy of this data, that whether you still have high sugar? So should I pitch you certain products which are products or prescriptions or treatments which can lower your blood sugar, or should I pitch you certain mechanisms or modules which can say that okay, these exercises work? So by doing this, am I wasting my money by doing this advertisement? Because I am not in a position to say that whether this data is accurate or not, because this is an old data. You have not visited me again. This is the first challenge that we face, because we have data of every individual to is the lowest of marker, from like HbA1C to a very simple test to somebody who has done chemotherapy or a transplant, which is very sensitive data of a transplant that is there. So that was one challenge, and another challenge is that as a category, whether can we use this data to a certain extent or not.
Exactly.
Yes. So that is it. So while I know that you as a patient are a cancer survivor, but can I do advertisement to you that these are the various things that you can take as a medication, or these are the doctors that you should visit? No, because there are a lot of guidelines, the governmental guidelines, NMC guidelines and all. But
then,
can I tell
just to, very blunt question, sorry to intervene. Then what use is your data?
So now we come to the fact that what use is my data. With the similar example, I will tell you that if you are a cancer survivor, a patient, you need to get your tests done, your biopsy done every 3 months for the first 2 years, and then every 6 months for the next 2 years, and then every 1 year for the next 2 years, where the survival rate of certain kind of cancers is upwards of 5 years. But a lot of patients don't do it. In the, not in the tier 1 of India, but if you go to the tier 2 or tier 3 of India, they skip those things because facilities are not available, they have to travel, there is no consultation.
It's a reminder system that you use that data
system, for. Whether you need this, what kind of things are needed, whether the same test can be done to a nearby lab over there and said, you need a virtual consultation.
Wonderful.
That is it.
Wonderful.
So these are the things that we are solving over there. So now this is one example. Another example could be where we know that certain person has a particular marker. That is there. So if you get a test done from our side, if you have higher HbA1C, that is there, we then as a subsequent message can give you that okay, there are certain checks or certain programs that can be run from our overall modules that we have, which will help you reduce this complete thing. Get a consultation done from a doctor.
Wonderful. So it's like in marketing we call it product life cycle management.
Yeah.
So it's literally, and in telecom we call it usage and retention. You may not use it for customer acquisition, as they say, but you will do a UNR or a customer life cycle management as a very good practice for your own data, while you can't use it by regulation, right?
Yeah.
Got it.
There are surrogates to it.
Yeah, surely.
So because see, as an entity, we also are into lab tests and diagnostics. We are into health checkups. We are into home care, which is there. So that other services can be sold. So if you're living in a particular area, then I can sell you that you can take this health checkup, you can take this test nearby.
So technically your first party data is kind of everything that surrounds the so-called patient or the candidate who has been there. Excellent. And Jose sir, do you have a client like this who has sensitive data that you can see but can't use? And what happens when you do something like that in the advertising field?
So all data is sensitive, right? So first of all, taking a steps back, just having the consumer data is not first party data, right? You may have a lot of consumer data, but unless you have collected that data with the permission of the consumer, you can't use it. So the first thing is, have you taken permission of the consumer to, use the data? So, organizations like ourselves, for the brands that we manage, so every data is kind of, sensitive. So how do we use the data is, what the client wants to do. So all of it, for example, if you have to just stay on his example of his universe, right? So if he has, let's say, 1 million database of first party data, consensual data from his clients, the biggest thing that, what partners like we bring to the table is, we would do a lookalike modeling of his data, right, to a larger universe, so that, he could kind of reach larger people, right? So his universe of where he can reach, extrapolates, kind of.
Beautiful. And at the same time, keeping personal information confidential, you will aggregate it at a segment level.
Personal information is not available for even us, right? So even for the brands that we manage, we don't have any personal information. So we put it into data clean rooms. All the personal information is hashed, and only the hashed information, goes into, a data modeling platform where we do maybe use cases.
Wonderful. So, meaning imagine having an advertising agency of the top-notch caliber sitting out here, talking to us about how they use data sensitively in a nice way. What about the next part of your role, in the sense that an advertising agency, one is builds the context. The second is about ad placements and getting a performance and an impact analysis done. Does a cookie-less world put a spoke in the wheel, or how would you surmount it if there is
Actually, it's the other way around. I feel, see, everything will move the contextual way, right? And it has to move, and a lot of brands have started taking that step because, they will be otherwise stranded, right? So it's extremely important to hence understand what is the tone of your brand, what is it that the audience, your audience are consuming at a real point in time, and hence, you have to kind of place your brand in that context. So that's in generic term what is called as contextual advertising, right? So the tone of voice of where your brand, can appear, right, through semantic analysis is easily doable. Today there are a lot of tools that helps us do that. So hence, right now the biggest advantage hence in the cookieless world would be there is brand safety. You are absolutely sure where your brand advertisements are appearing today because you have kind of programmed it to appear there today, right? For example, I would see his ad on a fitness website, right? Yeah. So that is the context, because if I am looking at something or on a nutritionist, who is offering something around, I would see his ad there because the context is that, right? So that's where everything will move to.
Wonderful. So I think I hear you saying that there is an opportunity sitting out here more than a threat of the cookie going away. It is such a optimistic way of looking at this.
Absolutely. So it's hence our responsibility as technologists, as for our brands to kind of, help them make that investment, kind of platforms like CDP you talked about, right? Or any data clean rooms. There are multiple ways to kind of do it and start that path of investment, because you may think that it is not hitting us, but it will hit you sooner than you are thinking. Yeah.
So anyways, in the evolution of a brand or a company, you would probably be harnessing data, cookie or no cookie. उसमें क्या फर्क पड़ता है? Isn't it? In a way, I'm just saying it's a bravado-oriented statement, but then if you are a good marketer who is data-driven, who is analytics-friendly, you would be doing this anyways. You would have the markers data from last year. You would know how many people have bought fixed derma in the last quarter, and therefore, is there a refill going to be sold? Both whether with cookie or without cookie, you would do anyways. Isn't it? So, I think it's interestingly, just to take a small digression, there is a lot of talk, as much of this 1P cookie वगैरह of D2C. So just to get if you were a D2C brand, which you are in a way, let's say, is your life going to change if the cookie goes away, or is your life going to be dependent even more on a platform like Amazon and Flipkart? आपको क्या लगता है?
See, for us, I mean, D2C is reaching direct to the consumer, and mostly brands which are being manufactured by themselves and are not going via distributor or third-party seller, where they would not have the data. With compliances, I don't see it as a major problem, because the channel mix remains more or less the same. It would increase or decrease with time, but it wouldn't say that there's a very out of the right focus on my own website, or outright focus on a marketplace that will change all of a sudden.
Got it.
Because the consumer base is the same. The total size or the size of the consumer base for our kind of products in the market is more or less same. It will increase with time. Skincare as a market definitely is on the rise, with a lot of people using sunscreens. We being the top leader in the sunscreens category there, and even in face creams. But yeah, reaching the right set of consumer and with the right set of targeting, yes, would definitely help us. So Amazon definitely would have its own data, Flipkart would have its own data. They do give us some sense of targeting in terms of age or demographics, in terms of display marketing. DSP, on the other hand, is a very great tool for marketplaces. However, I think for the websites, nothing would change majorly.
Got it. So I hear that resonating. I'm sure the audience also probably will pick that up. Is that whether it's a product, whether it's a service, whether it's an agency, the wind blowing here is that yes, there is something happening, but we will have enough wherewithal to make sure that it is mitigated. Kind of broad statement, let's say. And a little bit of onus comes, and I'll just add over here, not as a moderator, but as a panelist, saying that the onus kind of shifts a little to the technology guys. And you called out saying that it's our duty to provide that solution, let's say. Couple of technologies here which track people. Cookie is one of them. Voice is one of them. Audio character recognition. So people recognize you with your voice, or there are a lot of things happening. But with PETs, if somebody has heard, privacy enhancing technologies, DCR being one of them, the data clean room, where you're arbitraging or you're segmentizing a persona and not necessarily going after that one particular person, not a Manoj Davne, but a male 55 plus who watches Netflix and spends a lot of money on his car. Let's say that is a persona. It can be taken, and then such personas, you do a lookalike model, like Jose sir said, and therefore try and get into a cohort of marketing is where the world seems to be headed. People call it various things in technology. Flock is a very famous thing, federated learning of cohorts, or FLEDGE, or many other acronyms are floating around, let's say. But all said and done, it is going back to first principles, which we learned in our marketing courses in our business schools, let's say, that if there is an audience that has a behavior pattern, they can potentially be studied, segmented together, and marketed correctly. Go back to Kotler and check what all things he has said, maybe 60 years back as of now, or maybe more. I think with that, maybe it is, there's no bell that has rung, so I'm going to keep on talking till it happens. But a perspective that I would love to probably hear from a sensitive data side. You used the word accurate and accuracy 6 times in your discourse. not, I'm just joking, I didn't count. But I'm saying, look at what is his top of his mind. He comes from a very sensitive field. If his data is not accurate, you know, मेरे पास H1ABC or H1BC is less than 5, so I'm happy, let's say. शाम को whiskey कर सकता है. But if that data goes bad, let's say your inferences could be bad, how does that happen in a marketing field? If your data is inaccurate, what can be the collateral damage?
See, very high. Primarily since, sorry. See, I'll give you both the examples. I've been on the product side before this, like doing the marketing for a product which is primarily mobile phones, and now on this side, which is very sensitive category as such. An example is, if your data is of a, again the same cancer survivor example, if your data is primarily of a person who survived cancer, is going through chemotherapy, and after 1 year, you are giving him a message that there is a chemotherapy session that you need to, or a test, biopsy test that you need to take through, and then you get to know that that person has died around a couple of months back.
Very macabre example, but
so, but then
real.
These are the challenges that you face. You did an angioplastic surgery, but then the surgery went bad. You did a transplant, the body didn't accept the organ. So, but then that person survived for 2-3 months. At that point of time, it was successful. After 3 months or 6 months, for the regular checkup, when the person has to be notified, or then, so you come at a risk that your messaging at that point of time
maybe is erroneous and completely misplaced.
Absolutely, and that goes viral like anything. On the other side, a very non-risky example is, if you know that certain person has bought a particular mobile around an year back, and the life cycle of a particular mobile under 20,000 in India is 9 to 11 months. You are giving him a message that you bought this, let's suppose an M30 mobile earlier.
Time to change.
That is battery, now you are over here. But he has already
Wonderful.
changed his mobile. He is using 2 mobile phones now. He is using an Apple phone now.
Wonderful.
So you are again wasting.
Excellent example. And there's someone that I know who use one mobile phone with 2 screens. ये वो 2 लाख रुपए का phone लेके घूम रहा है. तो just as context, meaning taking, and probably this is the last thing that we'll ask on the panel. Such examples motivate advertising agencies to build even more data-driven marketing, and how do you do it?
So yeah, data, sorry, first of all, with that example, I think the room has gone silent. So yeah, so guys, it's not that grave, right? So just to loosen things up, as marketeers, you don't need to kind of, you know, I think I have evolved a formula. It is called as EAR, CAN, E-A-R, which is, you know, first you experiment, you know, and then you adjust and you refine. That's the best way to go with it. You know, keep testing. Testing should be a continuous, you know, kind of policy. You know, nobody is dying, right? So, so that's, as marketeers, that's something that you should do. So coming back to your question, it's not just about data, right? Data obviously is you know, powering everything, right? You know, it's both sides of the brain, right? It's also, you know, compelling storytelling, right? So compelling immersive experiences, creating that is also extremely important along with data. So advertising has both sides of the brain, left as well as right. So for the brand also, so hence, you know, it's equally important to now look at across all the digital properties, how are they telling their stories, right? So you will have to have immersive experiences so that you're first kind of getting the consumer to kind of stick to that story, right? That's extremely important at the same time. So it's not just data, and see, it's, so somebody may take away from this room, because we talked about CDP a lot. CDP could be a nirvana stage, guys, right? So you can't get from 0 to CDP in 1 year, 2 year, right? CDP is the holy grail of where you can get to data, but there are smaller things that you can do, right? You know, start with, you know, kind of putting everything into a data lake. That could be a first thing that you could do. Your data could be sitting in, your first party data could be sitting in Excel sheets to, you know, multiple places. Start from there, you know, and have a data architecture for your organization of where do you want to get to in couple of months. And, you know, getting to a golden ID or a CDP or a single view of customer, there are multiple names to it. That could be a nirvana stage. But along with it, along as you're building your data, it's also important to build your brand, your immersive storytelling to your consumers. So both of that come together to kind of get to where we need to get to.
Wonderful. Now, audience may be confused who's the technical guy and who's the advertising guy. आपने तो मेरा पूरा का पूरा script अभी ले लिया, जोश sir. Just look at the terminology used by advertising people, boss. That's the life that is now in front of us. And it's, as they say, there are lies, damned lies and statistics, and all of them are protected by data. While data happens to be one thing, your front cortical, right, whatever it is called, a cortex, is based on your right brain. And never forget that creativity of man is not going to die. With the previous session of AI or no AI or CGI or GI, whatever is happening, there is enough scope for us marketers to be taking our life in our own hands, is what we believe. And there is no need for a kind of panic as of now. Just
Absolutely. So do's and don'ts, I think in don'ts, don't panic. I think this is the opportunity to innovate. Panic is not one of them. So start innovating, start building a roadmap, start investing, convince your stakeholders. I know convincing your CEOs, your board on data, CDPs, these are expensive solutions, right? But to kind of start walking that path is important. Show some quick wins, talk to me, and then start building that platform, yeah.
Talk to him, he has a year. Yeah. So experiment, assimilate and refine. Correct. Right? So, and thanks a lot for that. I think with that, just to keep it lighter, maybe we have some little bit of time. Is anybody motivated to ask a question to any one of us? There, I can see one hand. कोई microphone है क्या उधर? You are saying what is a good tool to monitor?
A good tool for monitoring, अगर मेरा user base ने no कर दिया consent पे, तो उसको हम further कैसे track कर पाए?
If the user has said no, okay. Then while I would say, meaning you can answer this on the contextual side and all that, I can easily say that there are other methodology of using. Joe sir, maybe you want to say a little bit on context.
So your question was if the user has said no to giving you data, but there are still some breadcrumbs that you have from the user. Don't use the data, right? It is still worth $1 million for you. Keep that data, and you will have markers from that data of what you want to achieve. As because we have talked about his example or his example. So if the guy wants to buy that, cosmetics, that the intent is there, the behavior is there. Use that intent and behavior to kind of enrich your data that you already have, right? So nothing goes waste. So use it in a modeling in such a way that you can kind of enrich your data.
True. So there could be an alternate or a proxy or kind of technology sitting out there. And that's it. Just one more kind of Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, like your ear, is that remember that your collecting data systems need to be good. So first you need to collect data, right, to do something about it. The second is assimilating data, which means he told about a CDP or a data lake, which are repositories where you keep the data in a structured form that can be utilized correctly. And the third one is publishing that data, either for activating your campaigns or for inferencing or taking insights and therefore planning your next step. ये जो तीन चीज़ है ना, data collection, data assimilation and data publishing within the ecosystem, whatever be the ecosystem. It could be a product company, it could be a services company, it could be an agency, it could be a government, it could be an NGO, it doesn't matter. But these three need to be done, and these are finite building steps of any framework. Keep these 2 or 3 takeaways in mind is what I would say as we kind of close the panel. Any closing remarks from any one of you? Anyone, you can go. Ajwani ji, or maybe a fast round we can do. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think focus on developing your own data points, understanding your consumer, or I would say know your customer, because that will help you optimize your advertisements or create different unique products for the kind of audience that you want to cater to.
Wonderful. So collect your data on your own. That's one. Aswani ji.
I think start convincing your management to invest more on these kind of things. I second that part.
Excellent. So manage your company.
To a certain extent, but that is so that is the first step to start it.
So invest in a way, be prepared to be investing. Joe sir.
What should I say? So you have said, So know your customer, KYC in this world. So you said, get monies to kind of invest in it. So I think then last is respect privacy, right? So that's important. I won't take the name of the brand. Today morning I got into their building. They took my email ID. They took my PAN card. I had to, show it to a camera. They took all of that, right? So respect privacy. There is a law in our country, guys. Don't be the first one to get penalized 250 crores. So respect privacy.
Excellent. And if you want to do all these three, make sure that you place orders on us. We are a technology company. That's the simplest plug that I could ever play. Excellent. Thanks a lot, panelists. And I really appreciate, open-minded things in which you have done. Unless there is a question, unless somebody was stretching his arm after lunch, there was no question, right? We can close it. Ma'am, we finished on time. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for this panel discussion. We would like to request our panelists to please join us for the photo op. Can we give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen, all of us? Our next discussion is on enhancing versatility of television to fulfill ad objectives. And joining us, we have amongst us Mr. Lloyd Matthias, business strategist and director. Then we have Mr. Jignesh Kenya, President and Head Corporate Strategy and Digital Transformation, Times Network. Neelama Bura, Chief Strategy Transformation and Marketing Officer, Luminous Power Technologies. Vidit Jain, co-founder, Kind Life. Wow. Can we give them a big round of applause? I would request our panelists to please join me on the dais. Hello, ma'am. Hi. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good afternoon and welcome to the second session after lunch. I've got three interesting panelists. There's Vidit from Kind Life, there's Nilima from Luminous, and Jignesh from the Times Television Network. And what we're going to discuss in this session is really about the effectiveness of television and what can TV do to stay more relevant in this new kind of digital age. Now, just to tee off a quick little point, television by far is still the number one medium in terms of reach, right? We know for a fact that television reaches 90 crore Indians, 900 million humans in this country. And therefore is the one medium that no mass brand can do without. When you talk about really getting to the depth of the country, I think television still remains the cornerstone. Having said which, what we've seen in the last decade, and specifically since, say, 2017, the post-Geo phenomena, is that digital has emerged a very, very significant medium. And on two counts, I think firstly because digital can be very personal. It can serve you an advertisement very contextually, knowing a lot of your demographic and psychographic background. And two, because digital has a very low barrier to entry in terms of pricing. You can get started at a very, very limited price point, where television typically tended to be only for large advertisers. So that's really the background. What we're here really to understand is what are the changes? How does television stay more relevant to advertisers? Specifically to digital-first advertisers. There are a lot of brands today that spend almost all their marketing money purely on digital mediums. Obviously the big platforms like Facebook, Google search and such like, but also on a lot of very, very sliced and diced niche platforms. I'm going to start off first with you, Vidit, and really as a digital-first brand, which Kind Life is, how do you all look at the entire media mix? And where does television feature into your overall media plan?
So we are a startup right now, and for us, we want to capture the digital people first, and then we want to move to further base. And whatever money we spend right now on any kind of media, we want to figure out what's the ROI we are getting out of it. I would still say that television, we might get the ROI, but we might not get the exact ROI which we will derive from the money we spend on. So another, I think, year or two is what TV will come into the picture, and that will be 4 years of our journey before we shift to TV as a medium.
So you're effectively telling us that television is part of a slightly more mature brand's plan in the initial stages to build your profile, to get traction, to get better ROI.
Correct. So once we have kind of built a basic audience, and when we want to move to a bigger audience set and want to ensure that our brand awareness is there in the market, that's what when we will look for TV as a medium.
So right now, television is not part of your plan?
It's not part of our plan.
Okay, Nilima, over to you. So for a relatively more legacy brand like Luminous, how do you see television as far as your plans go?
For Luminous, which is actually a 35-year-old brand, and more importantly, the kind of products which is inverter battery, majority of the spend goes into television advertisement. However, the newer range of products which is coming up, which is connected products for connected homes, and the new age products which has got, which is solar and renewable, those are the product segments where you go again more on digital, more on connected home products, connected devices, which then takes you beyond TV into multiple other mix. So essentially, while TV becomes primary source in terms of creating awareness, but even for inverter battery, when I'm looking for more preference or driving more conversions, especially during season time when you are looking for awareness, and non-season time when you want to drive more revenues, then you don't go on TV, you look at other medium beyond TV. So it's a combination, it's kind of a mix. While you use TV for a legacy brand like this for more creating awareness, top of mind, but when it comes to driving growth, driving sales, driving numbers, then TV is not the only source, then there are other medium which you start using for conversions.
Great, thanks for that. So moving to you, Jignesh, and I'm just going to quote some broad data. I think last year, digital advertising revenues were closer to 70,000 crores. Television has fallen back, if you just look at advertising revenues, not in terms of subscription plus overall. And therefore, digital has become the largest single advertising repository where Indian advertisers do. As a large bouquet of channels, both news and entertainment, in what way do you see the Times network getting advertisers back or getting advertisers to spend more on your bouquet of channels?
Sure. So, see, traditional advertising, as Nilima also mentioned, in terms of ad spots is going to continue. But more and more advertisers would now want a storytelling. They would want to convey their story on that. And that's where content integration comes into play. And in my words, I call it media consulting. It's where, TV guys have to understand what business are the brands in, what are their challenges, and hence that is the way they will integrate with them. Both of them will come together on the table. The brand will communicate their challenges, and television guys will have to come up with unique solutions to see how they can achieve their objectives. And that's where a deeper, content integration, content marketing, branded content, whatever words we call it, have been there since ages. But the need is becoming more and more important now. And that's where, we see, and some of the examples, case studies, which I can give here, is like an SIP day, with Kotak, which we did. They wanted to create a financial stroke investor awareness it's there amongst the HNIs, but they wanted to take it to the next level in terms of delivery boys of Swiggy, Zomato, then taking it to the SMEs business guys on that. And that is where it was a 360-degree campaign, radio, television, on ground in around 5 cities. That's where they went. And it was taken up by a lead editorial on the channel as well. And then their CEO also coming in. And it was a 3-year campaign which took them. First year around 35,000 registrations, second year 50,000 registrations, and third year a staggering 1 lakh SIP registrations which they got. So this is coming on the back of awareness. Investors knowing where they are going. Had it been digital, it would have just been a click in terms of this and transacting without much getting into the depth of it, without much awareness. Similarly, there are various other campaigns like Hyundai, Be the Better Guy, where their CSR funds were used to communicate and make drivers aware about road safety. Again, similar results. So that's where, you bring in the stakeholders and integrate it with content.
So you're basically saying that television has to evolve from the standard space selling into more consultative selling. And therefore, your response teams will now work to tailor-make specific solutions for advertisers. Is that right?
Yes, we are already doing that. I mean, the traditional, like Vidit also mentioned that it is there on this. It is there. The ad spots will come in at a journey when they reach 4 years, like he said, or in terms of a VC-funded company, probably after a Series A or a Series B. That's the typical stage I have seen where it is there on that. But yes, we will have to get into a partnership role with them and look at integrations much more seriously than previous what we have done.
Yeah, but for digital first companies, the other hurdle that they face is the relative high price point. The fact that to be a TV advertiser, A, I need to want to reach a national audience. B, I don't have the ability to segregate the audience, which means if I have launched in 3 cities, typically a TV buy will still cause a lot of wastage. My advertisement will be seen by people outside of those 3 cities. And therefore, there is both a cost overrun and there is the lack of segmentation or targeting possible. So what can TV channels do to get digital first and new age brands in? Irrespective of Series A, I'm talking about any brand. How can TV be one of their first ports of call?
Okay, here is where a lot of pricing innovations will have to come in on there. They will have to look at some of the advertisers. Ultimately, there are, if I look at from a news advertising perspective, there would be 1,000 advertisers who probably advertise out of the total 9,000 odd advertisers who are there overall on television. And to expand that base, to go to the mid-tier and at the bottom, there will have to be some pricing innovations. And one example of that, at our network is an initiative called Brand Surge. And that, again, it's a corporate initiative which we have driven coming from a personal experience of angel investing for the last 7-8 years, is where as soon as the funding winter happened, the marketing spends of startups went down. Their revenues came down by 60%, 75% in certain cases, as in when they stopped. So, a bit of probing, what I realized was that the brand building or the awareness was missing somewhere. So we rolled out packages for startups at 1 lakh, 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs, 5 lakhs on this. And which, when we speak to startups, they're actually, it comes as a shock to them that can we advertise on at 1 lakh pricing. And that's where we have advertised. Of course, we had that anyone who has not advertised on TV. So these are all first-time advertisers where we offered them and across our channels at these price points. So that was one of the innovations. And then for SMEs a few years back, again, one of the Australian firms, they advised us on how, we held camps in 3 to 5 cities where it was a package, very effective package, highly discounted to them, but it's for that particular day. All advertisers come on that day and said, we explain them the benefits of television and they sign in on that very day. Again, there also we saw a very good response.
So effectively, you're saying that pricing innovation, bringing the price point to a level where a new age brand can also afford. I think that's a great example. I'm coming back to you with it, and the point that is often made, and I work closely with a few startup brands, is that a lot of startup brands are so reliant on performance-led digital marketing that their entire campaign is based on, quick fixes, like more likes and more conversions and such like. And somewhere in this process, as the brand moves to Series A and beyond, is the question that, do you have a lasting legacy? Do you have a brand story that's being told? Or is it that the moment you pull your money back from Google and Facebook, your business tanks? Where do you see the issue of, how does a digital first brand like yours, how do you build a brand story that stays in consumers' mind, so that when people are picking anything in your category, Kind Life is up there as a relevant choice?
So what we are doing is that we also realize the fact that we cannot rely on Facebook and Googles of the world, because the CAC will always keep going high, right? So for now, right now, 40% of the orders are coming through our nano micro influencers. We have created a community of 3,000 nano micro influencers. What we do is we work with them on a regular basis. They promote our brand, they become our brand ambassadors, and that is how our brand is being promoted, and we get a lot of orders traction on the platform.
So the influencers tell your brand story.
Yeah, they create content around whatever we are, what our brand story to the end user, and hence we kind of get traction.
And how measurable is the impact of this? So I know the impact in terms of conversion and sale is one, but how measurable is the content that the influencer creates in terms of relevance and stickiness and memorability for your brand?
So social engagement is one of the matrix which we kind of follow, and there are a lot of tools which can tell you what is your social engagement on the across the board. So those are there are certain tools which can tell you where your brand kind of lies. So we recently were voted in the top 100 startups by SimilarWeb. SimilarWeb is one of the most, it's a known tool right now, and we were the fastest growing 100 brands. So there are tools which can tell you how your brand is performing and what are the parameters.
So you believe that Kind Life's brand story can be built in a robust manner that is relevant both in terms of your business returns, which is getting consumers, and in terms of your investor community, without necessarily having to use television?
For sure, to the audience. So for us, our primary audience is Gen Z, and primarily they consume content on their, whenever they want to consume, right? And they are the ones which are born in digital world. So they were the ones who always had a phone. Hence for us, it makes more, that's the primary channel for us.
Fair.
More relevant for us to be on digital first.
Makes sense. So Nilima, over to you. Do you also see the lack of the fact that television is an expensive medium, and that the best way to tell the brand story and to keep luminant in people's minds is television, or do you think that you could live without it?
I would still say that it starts with who is the consumer and what are we trying to trying to communicate to them. I think right from what are we trying to communicate from content.
So we'll start with two parts. One is the slightly, shall we say, the ones in two inverters, slightly older consumer, right?
So if you look at the older consumers, which is inverter battery, 90% of awareness of the brand, TOMA is very high, 95%. What do you do to tell them that, look, there are better products and there is still better technology for you to upgrade? I would use television as one of the prime source for communicating. However, this is a tech company which has got a tech ecosystem. So television as a role of medium will not use it more for education or more for, or telling them what the feature is, how do you use them, not for those purposes. But yes, just creating sheer awareness is a big deal. So Luminous as a brand is, for example, is on IPL as one of the Rajasthan Royal title sponsors. Now all these things is only to keep the top of mind alive, keep the brand which is with one of the #1 market shares, keep that larger than life imagery, brand reputation, all those brand affinity. You will need to do those activities which is leading to TV as one of the source of medium. But the same TV, then I am also working with certain Times Network is one of the partners where we are working on how do you create conversations and advocacy that they need to shift to solar, Now, same inverter battery base, now I'm asking them shift to solar, which is far more better solution. There I need content-led programs of say 13 episodes or say 10 episodes to actually talk about, or a 20-minute series where you get up and say that what does it do, how does it make a change or an impact, or getting back with the print and talking about advocacy and advertorial activities. So it's a combination where you need more content, where you need more discussion, more advocacy. You then go into medium, which allows you to speak, discuss, message better. And then there are online, which becomes as a part of connected products, where you actually now want to say people it's better to buy products which with connected solution. Now you're talking to digital savvy consumers who want to be connected, where there is ConnectX app, there are features, there is energy consumption, there is carbon to omission, there is sustainability. Now all these things is digital ecosystem where you need to be relevant. But I would also say, Lloyd, it's about omni-channel. It's not just about one medium. It's about having an experience which is online to offline. Just the way in retail you have traditional and then there is modern trade and then there is e-commerce. In today's era, to say that, look, I will only sell on e-commerce, probably doesn't work. I still need to get into more touch and feel. So communication and media, I also feel is omni-channel. So Times Network, when I am working with some of the plans which we are working for summer season, we are definitely looking at not just TV, but the connected TV. We are also looking at what I can do with .net and .coms, and how do I extend the content seamlessly from TV to online and then to print. So that's the way, it's kind of media mix which you're always striving to balance in the budgets which you have.
Great. Thanks, Nirma. That makes sense. So what I'm hearing from the two advertisers on the panel, Jignesh, is that they're looking at an omni-channel approach. Of course, in the context of omni-channel, they're referring to the fact that consumer is never living only in the offline or the online channel. He may be in both simultaneously. You're in a supermarket and you're still checking the price on Amazon or Flipkart while you are buying. And therefore, as a medium owner, to what extent are you tying in your offerings with other media, which may not be part of your network, say with a digital, with an out-of-home, with maybe radio, maybe with cinema or whatever? How do you ensure that your customized solution is not just about pushing my channel first, right? So you have a certain reach, you have a certain credibility, but what are the elements on which you think you will need to do to make it more innovative so that your channels fall within the client's media plans?
Yeah, so we spoke about content integrations, and across content integrations, we have three models. One is a media partnership model where the content is owned by the brands. It's just
Sushrut Pant, Head Marketing, Shree Cement. Mr. Utsav Malhotra, Chief Operating Officer, Noise. Hello, can we give them a big round of applause, please? Well, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tiwari, Ashish Tiwari stuck in his official work, so he wouldn't be joining us today for this discussion. Sorry for the inconvenience. But can we have a big round of applause for our panelists, please? Everybody.
Should we start? Okay. Hi, my name is Shubho Sengupta. Very happy to be here. And, we are running a little late, and I'm very happy because I got stuck in really bad traffic. Delhi's gridlocked today. It took I don't know, about 2.5 hours to get here. And I also took some wrong turns. Anyway, long story. So very happy to be here, and I'll just ask my co-panelists to introduce themselves. And I know a little bit about you. We've been chatting in the group, but if you can just say a few words about who you are and where you're from and so on.
Sure. Yeah. So I'm from the Times Network, Vice President Sales, dwelling into branded content.
Okay, wonderful. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Sushrut. I head marketing for Shree Cement.
Okay. So you've got cement, we've got branded content, and my background is advertising in the last century. You can make out by the color of my hair. And, then I kind of got into digital about 15 years back. I've been there since. Currently, I work for the government. I work in something called DOPT, which is, broadly speaking, capacity building for government officers, which is training. It used to be called training. So I had marketing and communications for Karma Yogi Bharat, it's called. It's a new SPV, it's like a Section 8 company. And it's kind of, it's a PM's pet project, you could say. So, that's what we do. It's a learning architecture kind of thing for the government. And wonderful to have you with us, gentlemen. Okay, so we'll kind of start off. It's unfortunate someone is stuck in office. We'll miss him. But we'll start off, the broad, the topic is relevance of television as a media of choice for reaching Indian consumers. So, when I started off in the 90s, in the mid-90s, and I guess you did too, right, at some point, okay, I'm sure you look much younger though, okay, than me. So when I started off, it was, television was the big thing, and I started off in an ad agency, actually, an advertising agency, and everyone wanted to write a TV ad, TV script. And if you couldn't do that, you, did some radio. If you couldn't do that, you did some print, Now, at some point, people started talking about the efficacy of television, whether it was as good